Chapter 996. The atmosphere was getting out of control under the Monkey King's instigation. The exorcists were treating the Monkey King as a skeleton in a tomb. Although Xianzong didn't know what the Monkey King wanted to do, if things continued on this track, there would probably be a bloodbath. He had to stand up and remind the exorcists. Everyone calm down. You don't know anything about the Monkey King. Whatever you say now is pointless. Right now, everyone should calm down and investigate instead of rushing forward so impatiently. Xuanzang's voice broke the noisy atmosphere in the venue. The exorcists all turned around and saw Xuanzang's frail appearance with an afro on his head. They had originally listened to his words, but they were immediately thrown out of their minds. The nine-fingered beggar stood up and asked him, "Who do you think you are?" "Everyone is discussing the important matter of exorcism. Do you have the right to interrupt?" Xianzong said calmly, "I'm Chen Xuanzang, a Buddhist disciple who hasn't shaved his head. I'm just an ordinary exorcist. Since this is an exorcism convention, there should be room for the voice of an ordinary exorcist." His words resonated with some people. The nine-fingered beggar also calmed down and prepared to listen to what the kid had to say. He heard Xianzong say, "Everyone knows that the Monkey King is the king of the demons, the Monkey King, but it has been suppressed for 500 years. How many people know of its abilities and deeds?" Xianzong signaled the exorcist to look at the Monkey King and asked, "For example, what does it look like? Is it a monkey? How tall is it? Does it have fur? Is it an ape or a monkey? For example, if it stands in front of you, can you recognize it as the Monkey King?" As Xianzong spoke, he jumped to the side of the Monkey King and retreated behind the Monkey King. He secretly pointed at the Monkey King's head and mouth. "That's it!" But at this time, the Monkey King suddenly turned around and blocked Xuanzang's face. He said in admiration, "This brother is right. If anyone knows the Monkey King, please step forward and share your information with us." Monkey King suggested, "All right, this old man will not embarrass himself." The man in the wheelchair was suddenly pushed to the front. The people around him were discussing, "This is Exorcist by Shaoxing." So this is the legendary exorcist, the all-knowing exorcist, who has read all the books in the exorcist headquarters and knows everything about all the demons in the world. Someone exclaimed, "It said that when Bai Shaosheng was exorcising demons in his early years, 5 of his limbs were eaten by demons. Even though he suffered such a heavy blow, he was still tenacious. With great perseverance, he read all the books and notes of the previous exorcists and finally became a master exorcist. Seeing him today, he really lost all his limbs. He's extraordinary." Once Bai Shaosheng was pushed out, it caused the surrounding exorcists to whisper to each other. At the same time, it also made the leading figures quietly wait for him to speak. This legendary exorcist had the academic ability to end a discussion with a single sentence. Bai Shaosheng said solemnly, "The king of demons, the Monkey King, is different from the rest. Legend has it that when he was still human, he was once a bandit, and his bandit name was Joker." "Joker?" someone said in shock. "The famous bandit from 700 years ago, known as the Marshal of Bandits, the son of a gangster, the bandit marshal Joker?" Master Xianglong couldn't help but open his eyes. Joker was troubled by love, so he prayed to Guanyin Bodhisattva to become a demon to save his lover. In the end, his lover died in his arms. He couldn't calm his resentment, so he pointed to the sky and cursed Guanyin, Bodhisattva, and Buddha. Under his monstrous resentment, he shattered Buddha's golden body when he was 20 years old, and the blood of Buddha flowed out. After drinking Buddha's blood, he turned into a demonic stone on the coast of the East Sea. The demonic stone had boundless killing intent, and anyone who got close to it would die. It was a famous demon, the Stone of Slaughter. 100 years later, the Stone of Slaughter created endless killing sins. Although we exorcists tried to get rid of it many times, we were destroyed by that demon every time, until it gave birth to a demon fetus. A stone monkey broke out of the stone and finally became the king of demons. He defied the heavens and became a saint. He wreaked havoc in the heavenly palace, and no one could stop him. Then Buddha Tathagata came and suppressed him with a palm strike. His story gradually became a legend. What kind of setting is this? Zhuang Baifeng couldn't help but curse. I see. Xuanzang sighed. The Monkey King touched his chin and nodded. I see. Xuanzang was stunned. If I say I see, then that's a matter of course. What do you mean by I see? Are you too immersed in the role? At this time, Xuanzang thought that these exorcists would calm down, but after listening to the gossip, everyone shook their heads. I thought that the Monkey King was something great, but it turns out that he's just a bandit. It's nothing more than accumulating resentment and turning into a demon. Even if it's amazing, under the seal of Buddha, what can it do? Someone thought himself clever and said, the Monkey King has been sealed for 500 years. He's probably on the verge of death. Everyone, don't let others take advantage of him. With Xuanzang's words, the exorcists, who had just united a little, immediately scattered. They rubbed their palms, ready to take the Monkey King's head first. Xuanzang and the others were dumbfounded. They looked at the Monkey King and shouted, Everyone be quiet, be quiet. Master Xianglong waved his Buddha staff and immediately a powerful aura pressed down, causing the earth to shake and the mountains to shake. The exorcists couldn't stand steadily and fell to the ground. Master Xianglong took a deep breath and his lungs swelled up like a balloon. When his upper body swelled up to twice its original size, he let out a deafening roar that could shatter metal and split rocks. All of a sudden, everyone's clothes were torn apart, and the powerful sound wave instantly tore them off. For a moment, the sound of tearing rang out incessantly. Master Xianglong's control over the tearing of his clothes in an instant without hurting anyone showed his profound skills. But after 3 seconds of suffocating silence, the screams of women rang out incessantly. Miss Duan's fourth sister held her chest and screamed. She was the closest to Master Xianglong. When she saw 2 obvious traces of blood flowing out of his nose, she went up and slapped him. The loud slap was accompanied by a shout, "Old hooligan!" The female exorcists present all ran away with their arms around their chests. Master Xianglong calmly wiped the blood from his nose and said calmly, "My internal strength was not good enough just now, and my internal organs were injured. I'm sorry for making a fool of myself." No matter what they thought of him, they still had to give him face on the surface. So they all nodded and said, "Master, you're so powerful." With such a powerful and exquisite lion's roar technique, it's normal for Master's mortal body to suffer a backlash. We're all men, and we've been in the wilderness for more than a month, so it's normal for us to be hot-tempered. There seemed to be something extraordinary in these words, and everyone turned to look at the person who spoke last. It was the 9-fingered divine beggar. When he saw everyone looking back at him, he immediately glared and said, "What? Do you want to fight? Peace is the most precious." The Monkey King stepped forward and advised, "The great cause of killing demons has been accomplished, so don't make a fuss at this time. Peace is the most precious." When the Monkey King spoke, everyone had to give him some face. In fact, he was just a nobody before, but his suggestion was just too much to the taste of these prestigious exorcists. If everyone swarmed to kill Sun Wukong noisily, how confident were they that they could make the title of the #1 exorcist fall into their hands? At that time, no matter how much power they had, how powerful they were, and how much reputation they had, it was still not as good as luck. It was very likely that the title of killing the Monkey King would fall into the hands of a nobody. Therefore, Goku suggested that they choose one or a few candidates to be the first exorcist to lead everyone to kill Sun Wukong. This was in line with their thoughts. This way, even if someone was lucky and managed to snatch the head, they could still say that they had leadership merits. Once the leader's title was confirmed, even if the leader did not do anything and only helped, it would still be the first merit. The people who did the work could be sent off by being the vanguard of killing demons, while the real benefits and merits would naturally be divided among everyone. Therefore, the Monkey King's suggestion was just too much to their liking. They had to stand up and support him. Therefore, they naturally did not have a good attitude towards Qin Xuanzang. The nine-fingered, godly beggar sneered, "Chen Xuanzang, what kind of demon have you subdued? What kind of demon have you exorcised? How dare you stand out and criticize us? This is the biggest joke in the world." Chen Xuanzang still did not know why they were making things difficult for him. So he said honestly, "I only subdued the Southern Water Bandits' fish demon and reformed the Gaojia village's evil pig demon. In the area of exorcism, I made a small contribution. I have another small goal, which is to reform the Monkey King and make him turn over a new leaf." Reform the Monkey King? The nine-fingered, godly beggar was stunned. "And make him turn over a new leaf? Ha ha ha! Are you trying to make me die of laughter?" Chen Xuanzang said seriously, "I have already reformed and subdued 2 demons, including Mr. Emptiness, Tian Zhanjiao, and the other 3 exorcists and Zhu Ganglai, the pig demon. They all hated each other because of love, and because of their encounters as humans, they became demons because of resentment. Under the guidance of another exorcist master from the West, a magician, I understood that all demons are born from greed and hatred. I learned an exorcism technique called case restoration, which stimulates the truth, kindness, and beauty in the demon's heart, thus eradicating their evil nature. Now that we know the reason why the Monkey King became a demon, as long as we use this technique, we can use the demon revealing mirror to trace the demon in the Monkey King's heart, seal its evil nature, and stimulate its human nature. Then we can find a way to awaken the truth, kindness, and beauty in its heart. You are just a small pawn. How dare you talk about subduing the Monkey King and reforming demons?" The nine-fingered, godly beggar laughed. "Dream on. You are just a crazy person. Don't bother." He turned to leave. Xuanzang continued seriously, "I am not a small pawn. I have subdued the famous big demon Zhu Ganglai, who is ranked very high on the Exorcist Challenge list. Look, this is the proof that I have subdued him." Xuanzang took out the 9-toothed harrow from his back. But the 9-fingered, godly beggar didn't even look at it. He looked away and said to the beggar clan disciples beside him, "Reforming demons, I have been subduing demons for so many years, but I have never heard of demons being reformed. I am afraid it is just one of those despicable people who use sensational words to gain fame." Xuanzang moved the 9-toothed harrow in front of the 9-fingered, godly beggar's eyes, and the latter turned his head in another direction and said to the beggar clan disciples beside him, "Where did this nameless pawn come from? Who does he think he is? I have subdued demons for so many years. Exorcist Master, I am not a nameless pawn. I have really subdued the pig demon Zhu Ganglai and the fish demon. I can give you any evidence you want. So can you listen to what I have to say?" Xuanzang said patiently, "Listen to what you have to say." The 9-fingered, godly beggar pointed at Xuanzang's nose and said, "Who do you think you are? What do you think you are? You said you have subdued the pig demon. Who can prove it? There is evidence here." Xuanzang showed him the pig demon and the fish demon's weapons. "Evidence," the 9-fingered, godly beggar said arrogantly. "If I say it is evidence, then it is evidence." His dirty face was almost touching Xuanzang's nose. He sneered and said, "If I say it is not, then it is nothing." Then he shook off Xuanzang's hand, and the 9-toothed harrow and the kitchen spade fell to the ground. The 9-fingered, godly beggar laughed 3 times, then stomped his feet and left. Xuanzang was speechless. He looked up at the moon in the sky, only to see dark clouds covering the moonlight. He held the wooden flying rings in his hand, took a deep breath, and said to the back of the 9-fingered, godly beggar, "Someone can prove." The 9-fingered, godly beggar interrupted him without looking back. "What he says doesn't count." Xuanzang's eyes were dim, and he suddenly shouted, "Wu Jing, Wu Nang!" The dark clouds in the sky suddenly dispersed, and a bald thunder god descended from the sky, riding on a gust of black wind. The gust of wind carried a black evil aura that swept across the entire camp. In the strong wind, the exorcists had to cover their eyes, for they could feel a powerful demonic aura coming at them. A clear, cracking sound came from the rocks on the ground, and the nine-toothed harrow suddenly sank into the ground. In the distance, under a hill, a harrow that covered an entire hill suddenly broke through the rock stratum, grabbed the hill, and suddenly lifted it up, throwing it toward the exorcist's camp. Just when Master Xianglong and the other exorcists were about to work together to resist the sudden attack that covered the entire camp, the hill that was flipping over suddenly stopped, forming an inverted triangle on the ground. The top of the hill touched the ground, while the base of the hill was high up like an unstable floating city. A fat figure with a harrow on his back looked down at the crowd from afar. Master Xianglong said in horror, "This demonic aura, unbelievable." Xianzong stood between the fish demon who rode on the black wind and the pig demon who flipped over the hill, with his back facing the crowd. Under the moonlight, he looked even more otherworldly. With his back facing the crowd, he said faintly, "I was reasoning with you, but you played hooligan with me. You want evidence and witnesses? Fine, I'll give you evidence and witnesses. Wu Jing, Wu Nang, cripple him for your master." Chapter 997. Following Xuanzang's angry roar, the bone shovel on the ground suddenly shot up, like a huge white-boned snake shaking its head and tail, and slithered into the hands of the thunder god Duda, who was riding on the black wind. The shovel trembled slightly, and the white bones of the shovel, which looked like it was made of huge bone joints, rubbed against each other, making a rattle-like sound. The fish demon Wu Jing swooped down with the bone shovel in his hand, followed by the black wind, which was mixed with bone-chilling cold water. When the nine-fingered godly beggar saw the monstrous demonic aura coming at him, his expression changed drastically, and he quickly retreated to the back of his disciples. He said to them, "Subdue the demon. Don't let people go first. Quickly." The beggars did not doubt him and shouted in unison, "Yes, elders." They raised the sticks in their hands and moved forward and backward in an orderly manner. The five of them stood opposite each other like lianhua. Their black and green sticks fell to the ground. The one on the left took the lead and said, "Cultivate qi to become a god. Pull out the roots of karma, surpass the heavens, and crash into the void. Protect when there is trouble. Report when there is trouble. Change at will. I obey the law of Tai Chi deity, the 3 mountains, 9 marquises." The one on the right took the incantation and said, "Qian Yuan Han Li Zhen Dui Zhe Hero Bing. Zhen mountain seals ghost. Li fire destroys evil spirits. Kuan earth is clear and auspicious, can show people live long. Thunder rumbles, since shooting can hide. I stand in the middle palace. All generals should receive. There is no time to travel, disaster never comes. I obey the law of Ba Gua, Grandmaster." The one in the middle was trembling, his hair was disheveled, and he mumbled, "Heaven and earth are black and yellow. The universe is chaotic. The gods of 8 directions make me natural. The divine incantation is calm. Wind, rain, thunder, lightning. Take your positions and guard the altar. The order is as urgent as the law." As soon as the 5 of them formed a formation, an invisible force rose up from the ground, concealing them. Inside the formation, they could not see their real position. The 5 beggar clan disciples, carrying banners on their backs, moved like butterflies. Their feet moved in the Ba Gua Jiogong footwork. Inside the formation, their killing intent was concealed. Master Xianglong stared at them and said, "This is the beggar sect's Lianhua formation." It was said among the people that Wu Jian's alchemy had 5 evils. Since ancient times, the heterodox eccentrics were either crippled or crippled. They often mingled with the beggars. That's why the beggar clan has many heretical, secret techniques. If the 8 trigrams grandmaster is Fushi, then who are the 3 mountains' 9 marquises? Master Jingming stroked his beard and asked in surprise. This Master Chuanjin was an expert in the art of inner elixir and was a great guru of the inner elixir sect. It was obvious that he was not familiar with the remnants of the talisman sect. The 3 mountains and 9 marquises are actually the 3 mountains and 9 monkeys. It's because any monkey is ranked 9th. This kind of lowly magic mostly uses mountain spirits and ghosts. Its god often hides his name with a secret spell, so it's hard to distinguish the real from the fake. Bai Shaosheng was indeed Bai Shaosheng, he casually explained. On the other hand, Wukong, who was behind them, had a hint of surprise on his face. He pinched his fingers and realized that a trace of psyche power had landed on him from one of the beggar clan disciples. He thought to himself, he's actually calling me. I wonder which evil god used the name of the god of Tai Chi. How did the 3 mountains and 9 marquises fall on me? Wu Jing stepped into the formation without knowing what was going on. He saw a beggar clan's disciple suddenly appear in front of him. Wu Jing's eyes widened. Before he could say anything, the beggar clan's disciple fiercely hammered the bridge of his nose and spat out a long fire dragon. The fire dragon was green in color and had a pungent smell. It was the poisonous phosphorus of centipedes, poisonous snakes, toads, and other 5 poisons. He hit it at the tip of his nose and made it into a green phosphorus fire. The poisonous fire rushed at his face and corroded immediately. Wu Jing's face was immediately covered with a layer of grayish-white gas. The poisonous fire was like maggots in his bones, burning on his body. If Wu Jing was still a demon fish, he would be seriously injured even if he didn't die. But he was no longer an ignorant person. After being enlightened by the Monkey King, he had an epiphany of the curtain-lifting general's body from his previous life. Before the poisonous fire in front of him was extinguished, there were knives and axes behind him. The 2 beggar clan's disciples each held a knife and an axe. They moved in the 8 trigrams and flashed in the formation. The 2 of them were skilled in martial arts and familiar with the formation. Therefore, the weapons in their hands landed on Wu Jing's body. The 2 of them felt the knives and axes in their hands stop as if they were hitting leather. They felt that something was wrong. They looked up and saw the knives and axes land on the back of Wu Jing's shoulder blades. His skin was smooth and tough. The knives and axes couldn't cut through. Wu Jing's face was livid. It was unknown if it was because he was poisoned or because his expression was simply ugly. Xuanzang shouted from behind, "You're still playing. Do you still listen to your master? Cut him." "Got it," Wu Jing shouted. Then he swung the monk's shovel behind him and sent the 2 beggar clan disciples flying. At the same time, the black wind on his body became heavier. The mist that was 100 times colder than ice mixed with the black wind and blew into the formation. In a short while, when Wu Jing walked out, there were only 5 ice sculptures behind him. "Don't kill!" Xuanzang shouted from afar. Wu Jing became even more impatient. He shouted, "Got it! Stop nagging!" Wu Jing carried the white bone monk's shovel. Wu Ning also came to his side with the 9-toothed harrow. The 2 demons stood side by side and looked at 9-fingered, godly beggar. Wu Jing said in a low, muffled voice, "Eldest senior brother, do you want to go first?" "Don't talk about who will go first. Let's go kill him together." Xuanzang's voice came from behind. "That bald donkey is so annoying. If Bodhisattva didn't tell me to protect him, I would have killed him long ago," Wu Neng said fiercely. He pointed at 9-fingered, godly beggar and said, "Be good and lie down. Don't struggle, or else it will hurt." 9-fingered, godly beggar said quietly, "Do you really think you can defeat me? Do you know a palm technique called the roar of dragon and roar of tiger?" 9-fingered, godly beggar raised his right hand and gathered his chi. One palm seemed to touch the sky, while the other covered the earth. The momentum of heaven and earth poured down from the sky. The air behind nine-fingered godly beggar was driven by his essential chi and turned into a faint gale. The clouds in the sky dispersed, revealing the bright moonlight. As nine-fingered godly beggar pushed and pulled with his left and right palms, his essential chi drove the chi of heaven and earth. The roar of dragon and tiger could be faintly heard. The deep roar carried a majestic aura that looked down on all beings. Wu Jing and Wu Ning felt a faint pressure. Master Jingming said with emotion, "Could this be the beggar sect's famous number 1 palm technique?" Master Xianglong shook his head and said, "Although the dragon subduing palm is powerful, it is only the number 1 palm technique in the martial world. The number 1 palm technique in the world is a palm technique that descends from the sky. Don't use the hidden dragon." Nine-fingered godly beggar let out a loud shout. His essential chi gushed out from his body, and a huge golden dragon could be faintly seen twirling and dancing around him. His hair and beard fluttered in the wind. It was the manifestation of his essential chi by borrowing the force of heaven and earth. Compared to the tiger-shaped fist, it was much purer. Nine-fingered godly beggar's dirty hair fluttered in the wind. All of a sudden, he followed the golden dragon's shadow into the ground. Nine-fingered godly beggar's essential chi blended with the force of earth and hid under the ground. Wu Ning held the rake in his hand and waited with his eyes closed. When he sensed an extremely powerful force suddenly surging out from the ground, exploding the ground with an unparalleled power and soaring up into the sky, he waved his rake. "The flying dragon is..." "Ah!" the nine-fingered godly beggar shouted. The 9 teeth of the rake pierced through his hands and locked his iron palms. Nine-fingered godly beggar had just drilled half of his body out of the ground when his hands were nailed to the ground. "You still dare to come out of the ground? Do you know what I, old pig rake, do?" Wu Ning said with a straight face. Nine-fingered godly beggar screamed in pain. His upper body was writhing in pain. Tears streamed down his face as he cried, "Ouch! Ouch! 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 Have mercy on me, ah!" Xuanzang shouted from behind, "That's enough! Wu Ning, leave the rest and let me handle it." Zhu Ganglai frowned and cursed in a low voice, "Damn! I really can't stand it anymore. I used to be the marshal of the Celestial Quartz Navy, the famous Marshal Tianpeng, and he ordered me around like this. He even wants us to fight the Monkey King. He wants us to die. Is the Monkey King someone that can be defeated by a human? Senior Marshal brother, just bear with it." Wu Jing advised, "I used to be the curtain-lifting general. Didn't he order me around like a servant?" Bodhisattva said that he will guarantee us a bright future. Just bear with it. Wu Ning turned around and said, "All right, Master, you do it." Only then did Xuanzang scamper over, holding a stick that came out of nowhere. He knocked nine-fingered divine beggar's head and said, "You stinky beggar, look at me. Do you still dare to not look me in the eyes? I told you to squint. I told you to turn your head. Let me tell you, if I wanted to be the Pokemon Demon Master, Chen Xuanzang, how dare you look down on me?" Xuanzang was the last to crawl to his feet. He said in a refreshed manner, "I am Chen Xuanzang, an exorcist determined to reform demons and become a master trainer of demons. What business do you have to subdue demons in the future? Just leave it to me." Upholding the will to awaken the truth, kindness, and beauty in people's hearts. When Xuanzang was preaching his ideas, the nine-fingered godly beggar under his feet quietly used his severely injured and trembling right hand to draw a talisman with his blood. Using the sound of his painful cry, he mumbled, "Defeat from the ghosts. Next is the god of the blade. Fierce Hao Shang Tai, Ling Ba Jing Qi, Wing Bei Jiao Gao, Sidu Ding Wu, kill Yuan Jiu again, fill the sky, hurry as the law." He endured the pain and slapped the talisman. Then he was dumbfounded. There was no reaction. At this time, someone suddenly came over and looked down at the talisman on the ground. The person looked up and saw that it was Zhu Gangqin, the Zhu Wuning. He looked at the nine-fingered, godly beggar and said in a low voice, "Call me." "You should have said so earlier." The two great demons easily crippled the famous exorcist of the beggar sect, nine-fingered, godly beggar. The exorcists fell silent. A young disciple beside Master Xianglong trembled slightly. Looking at the arrogant Xuanzang, he suddenly plucked up his courage and pointed at him, saying, "You colluded with demons." "Oh!" The latter part of his words was covered by a rough hand. Master Xianglong looked at the exorcists who were looking at him from all directions and smiled. "My disciple has a habit of daydreaming. He is sleepwalking again. Excuse me, excuse me." Then he went up and had a friendly conversation with Xuanzang. They talked about the great cause of eradicating the king of demons, the Monkey King, and spoke highly of Xuanzang's exorcism philosophy of reforming demons. The two of them had a friendly discussion on Buddhist theories, showing the spirit of friendship between Buddhist disciples as a family. The young disciple who made a slip of the tongue said with grievance, "Why did second senior brother have to suffer in the demon ceiling tower just because he fell in love with a demon? And why did everyone turn a blind eye to Qin Xuanzang's collusion with demons? Because your second senior brother might have made friends with demons. But Master Xuanzang has really colluded with big demons." The senior brother beside him said quietly, "When you have a relationship with demons, you are a corrupt person who defected to them. When you befriended lesser demons and demons, you would become an unstable factor in the relationship between humans and demons. However, when Venerable Xuanzang truly controlled two great fiendish demons, he would become a pillar of Buddhism that would reform the fiendish demons and subjugate them as guardians. When he subdued the king of demons, the Monkey King, he is the pillar of the righteous path, a legendary senior. The essence of Buddhism is the two realms of reality and illusion. The ingenuity lies in the heart." The senior brother slowly turned around and said, "Huaining, do you understand?" Chapter 998. Beside Xuanzang, there were two demons standing around, but they did not prevent the great exorcist from greeting him. Jingming held Xuanzang's hand and said with a smile, "Venerable Xuanzang is indeed a rising star in the exorcism world." The implication was that he had to give in to this old senior. Sitting in his wheelchair, Bai Shaoxing smiled and said, "At this exorcism convention, there are many virtuous people. In addition to the two exorcism masters from Chuanjin and Shaolin, there are also exorcists from Japan, Master Konghai, two masters from India, Buddhist monks Shanwei and Vajra Wisdom, Western regions Bahari Bushibi, Dashi's black-robed mage Hassan, and the exorcism envoy of the Great Qin Holy See, Van Helsing. Mr. Van Helsing was on his way to the convention when he was helping people exorcise demons. Unfortunately, he was bitten by a zombie and can't participate in this convention, but he still sent his assistant, Miss Anna. Finally, the two shamans of the Turks and Xianbei, Ashaina Duji and Morongtian, have come personally. Every time Bai Shaosheng called out a name, Xianzang saw weirdly shaped exorcists either cupping their hands or putting their palms together. These foreign exorcists were all weirdly shaped. Although they seemed to be quite famous, the exorcists didn't seem to respect them at all. Xianzang thought that most of them were foreign mascots that were specially found to show the success and unity of this conference. In addition, Taoist priest Xian Yuanji of Luofa sect, Senior Zhanggua of Luguan sect, Celestial Master Chang of Jing sect, and several famous exorcists from the Central Plains, Ming Chongyan and Sima Qingjin, as well as the masters of the mystic door, Luo Gongyuan and Yuan Tiangang, Li Guishou, Li Shang, Zhang Zhongding, Pan Qi, Old Man Lanling, Ruzhou Monk, Lu Wang, and several other great exorcists. Among the top experts of the Wulin world, Mo Kai, the master of the Extreme Bliss sect, the White Tiger King, the master of the Misty City, the Green Lotus Sword Immortal Li Taibai, the Buddhist sword Zen Poet Majia, the two legendary swordsmen Kong Kong, and Jing Jing, the leader of the Chang, and knight-errant Chan Yu Chi, the scholar Pei Hang, the hermit of the White Deer Mountain Peichin, Wang Jingbo, and Liang Feng. Although these people did not come in person, they all sent people to participate in this exorcism convention. Let us give their representatives a warm welcome. In addition, the Chui clan of the Central Plains, the Lu clan of Fanyang, the Li clan of Zhao County, the Zheng clan of Xinjiang, and the Wang clan of Taiyuan have also sent people to congratulate the exorcism convention. It has only been 3 years since the founding of the Tang dynasty and Wuda. During the last years of the Great Sui dynasty, there were frequent wars and demons appearing in large numbers. The scenes are still vivid in our minds, so the exorcism convention has been suspended for 40 years. Now that the new dynasty is about to convene, His Majesty the Wuda Emperor has issued a decree to commend you. He also ordered the King of Qin of the Heavenly Policy Institute to send an envoy to congratulate him. These people sound like they are very powerful. Xuanzang turned around and said to his 2 disciples, "So those who came are all barbarians and foreign monks. Those truly powerful experts didn't come to the exorcism convention?" Wu Neng was still as indifferent as ever. He replied lazily, "A few of them are all right. But to deal with the Monkey King, these people are far from being able to do so." After Bai Shaosheng introduced the slightly more famous people who came to participate in the convention, he got down to business. Just now, the host, Traveling Monk Sun, suggested that we should choose one or a few great exorcists who are worthy of being the number 1 exorcist to lead everyone to eradicate the king of demons, the Monkey King, to reduce the internal consumption among the exorcists. As the saying goes, a snake can't survive without a head. If we exorcists can't unite, we can't defeat those demons and ghosts, Bai Shaosheng shouted. But an exorcist, who was blind, sneered and retorted, "Just because you say they are great exorcists, they're great exorcists? I think they are nothing more than that. Who knows how capable those with some reputation are? Like that 9-fingered godly beggar just now, he boasted so loudly, but so what? Any one of us can just step forward and he'll be dead." A muscular man echoed, "What's the use of having a glib tongue and boasting a good reputation? Exorcists still have to rely on their skills. In the end, we still have to rely on our skills to defeat the demons. You can choose any one of them." "I'm not convinced." An exorcist who had lost an arm sneered, "If you want me to be convinced, you'll have to defeat me first." Most of the exorcists were arrogant and unruly. In other words, they didn't know what they were doing. To be honest, those famous great exorcists were not people to be underestimated. Although 9-fingered godly beggar was beaten up by Xuanzang's 2 disciples, he wasn't the weakest among the reincarnators. So, the reincarnators' faces were a little ugly. Where did so many experts come from? However, other than the few famous masters who were honored guests of the aristocratic families and the imperial court, there were also some who mingled in the pugilistic world or mingled in dangerous and remote areas, fighting with demons in dangerous mountains and rivers. They walked the path of the underworld. Although they weren't famous, they had real skills. It was natural for them to look down on those who only had a reputation. Moreover, other than the monks and Taoists who were organized, most of the exorcists were unorthodox. They were people of the pugilistic world. Everyone came here for the meeting, not to subdue demons or to benefit the people, but for fame and fortune. Who would be willing to work for others? Suddenly there was an uproar. Yes, we should let everyone vote, not just a few people. Fight for the throne. Exorcists should be judged by their skills. Master Xianglong took a step forward and roared like a lion, "Silence!" The huge sound wave forced the people below the stage to take 5 steps back. The quarreling people immediately quieted down, but they looked at Master Xianglong with murderous eyes. After a few whispers, the legendary exorcist said helplessly, "Since everyone thinks that the person who will lead everyone to subdue and eliminate the Monkey King must have amazing skills, then you can choose 1 or 2 leaders with extraordinary martial arts. Then choose 1 or 2 leaders with extraordinary martial arts skills, together with a highly respected great exorcists that we recommend. They will be the candidates for the first exorcist. They will lead everyone to subdue the demons. Whoever kills Sun Wukong will be the first exorcist." Wukong suddenly interrupted and said, "Wait, I think this is rejecting Venerable Xuanzang's school of exorcism, which doesn't rely on martial arts but on subdued guardians and pets to subdue demons and reform them. Not every exorcism school wanted to slay demons and eliminate fiends. The sealing faction and subduing faction still occupy a large part of the exorcism market. I feel that this is discrimination against non-mainstream exorcism schools." Wu Nang and Wu Jing's heart sank. "You're the F** King Pet." However, they knew the identity of the Monkey King. Although they were cursing in their hearts, they didn't dare to say a word. After the few great exorcists discussed again, they suggested exorcists with guardians and disciples can let their subordinates represent them in the martial arts competition. In the end, be it subduing, sealing, or eliminating the Monkey King, everyone regards him as the first exorcist. Because of the venue, this martial arts competition was based on the arena system. There were a total of 3 arenas, and the one who went up first would be the champion. The remaining 3 unchallenged champions would be the candidates, together with Master Xianglong and Clarity Taoist Priest. They would lead everyone to defeat Sun Wukong. The pig demon was overturned on the ground. An inverted hilltop formed a small hill, which would be used as one of the arenas. The other 2 arenas would be placed in front of the old temple of Mount Wuji. This place was barren, and there were many rocky mountains in the wilderness. As one of the 2 nominated arena masters, Master Xianglong intended to intimidate those arrogant and unruly people. Therefore, he took off his kasaya, revealing his body made of muscles that were as hard as steel wire. His sage-like, benevolent demeanor of a senior expert suddenly turned into the style of a Hong Kong man with angular features, a square face, and bulging muscles. Following Master Xianglong's angry roar, his thick blood vessels swelled on his muscles. At this time, everyone remembered why the head of the Shaolin Temple, whose Buddhist name was Hongren, was called Master Xianglong. It was because he had once used his supreme strength to blow up an evil flood dragon during the flood at the end of the Sui dynasty. Master Xianglong's eyes widened in anger. His white eyebrows that hung down to his face wantonly fluttered like a dragon's beard, and the muscles on his seemingly thin face contracted like iron wires. With a loud roar, he shot out like a bolt of lightning, breaking through the speed of sound with his body. The powerful shock wave that broke through the sound barrier knocked over several exorcists who were caught off guard. In a flash, Master Xianglong arrived in front of a small hill. His arms were like nails that smashed straight into the rock. Then, like a pile driver, his 2 iron arms kept smashing into the cliff, creating a group of 20 neat holes. Then, as Master Xianglong's chest swelled to 3 times its original size, an inaudible sound wave blasted directly on the rock in front of him. Immediately, the entire piece of bluish-black rock, which was hundreds of meters high, was peeled off. Under the bombardment of the lion's roar's infrasonic waves, the structure of the rock was destroyed and the holes that Master Xianglong had made in advance cracked open. This kind of sound wave first destroyed the internal stress of the rock, and then through the resonance of the sound waves, broke the rock into pieces, causing its surroundings and top to peel off, forming a square, cylindrical arena. Not only did it show Master Xianglong's powerful strength, but it also showed his wonderful control and profound martial arts wisdom. Seeing his old friend Master Xianglong's awe-inspiring might, Master Jingming smiled and also made his move. However, he was different from Master Xianglong. With just a slight tap of his toes, he was like a dancing crane. His loose robe was like a pair of wings that fluttered and soared into the sky. Soon, he disappeared from the eyes of the crowd of exorcists, leaving only a small black. Only his voice was still clearly heard by the crowd. In a place where most people couldn't see, but only a few could, Master Jingming pinched his fingers, and formed the great thunder fire seal with both hands. He clenched his fists and hid his carapace. He chanted, "The gods of heaven and earth, 3 to 5 heavens are now under my command. What I have done is done. Return to your headquarters. Listen to my warning. If you are summoned again, return to your former spirits." Under the dim moonlight, a silver snake rose from the 9th heaven and cut through the clouds. The message arrived. It struck the top of the mountain below Master Jingming. The inner alchemy used the Chuanjin inner alchemy as the technique, and the Shenshao sect's 5 thunder technique as the technique. Using the Tao to control the technique, the inside and the outside intertwined to guide the heavenly thunder. In an instant, countless silver snakes and silver flood dragons appeared. Electricity surged, and hundreds of heavenly thunder interweaved to form a heaven and earth dharma net that enveloped the top of the mountain below. In an instant, it broke through the boulders and plowed through the cracks. The heavenly thunder was like a carving knife, peeling off the rocks of the small mountain layer by layer. By the time the heavenly master put away the thunder technique, there was no longer any natural grandeur on the small mountain. Countless reefs that looked like thousands of sharp blades pointed toward the sky. From the outside to the inside they kept rising. Wind blew through the cracks of the rocks, producing strange sounds that made people dizzy. Chaotic air currents shuttled among them. The sharp rock fragments could tear apart anything that fell on it. This arena was filled with a murderous aura of life and death. Master Jingming slowly descended, and Master Xianglong slowly put on his kasaya. At this moment, none of the exorcists below dared to say a word. Only then did the Monkey King smile and say, "All right, Venerable Xuanzang is willing to be the first person to defend the arena." After saying that, before Xuanzang could react, he felt a furry hand grab him from behind, and then a strong force hit him. His body flew out involuntarily and landed on the Saber Mountain arena. Xuanzang shouted in horror, "Wu Neng! Wu Jing!" Just as he was about to be smashed into pieces by the sharp reefs, the greenish-black reefs got closer and closer. When they reached the tip of Xuanzang's nose, they suddenly stopped. Only then did Xuanzang feel something on his feet. He turned his head and saw a pair of black cloth shoes and linen socks binding his feet. "Wu Neng, you saved my life again." Xuanzang pressed his palms together. Chapter 999. Let us welcome the first champion of the arena, Venerable Xuanzang. Monkey King took over the role of host and said loudly, "Venerable Xuanzang is an exorcist from the Guanlong region of Tang Dynasty. He is also a disciple of Mahayana Buddhism. He adheres to the principle of don't kill and awakens demons' kindness and beauty. He is the leader of the new generation of exorcists. Because Venerable Xuanzang does not have the ability to fight, according to the rules of the world's #1 demon slaying convention, this arena battle will be fought by his disciple. The one on the arena now is Venerable Xuanzang's first disciple Wuning. Zhu Wuning, formerly known as Zhu Ganglai, was once ranked 3rd on the demon slaying board. He was the pig demon of Gao village, Zhu Ganglai. He became a demon because of love and swore to kill all the vain and superficial women in the world. He killed countless people and was filled with resentment. After Venerable Xuanzang sacrificed himself to reform him, Zhu Ganglai awakened the humanity in the depths of his heart. He turned over a new leaf and was taken in as his disciple. Now he is the first senior brother, Zhu Wuning. Wu Neng shook the rake in his hand. The 9 teeth of the rake gleamed coldly, reflecting the snow-like white light. It was filled with killing intent. "Now, let's invite the challengers to the arena." Monkey King said loudly, but the exorcists below were silent. No one stepped forward. What a joke! The scene of Zhu Ganglai crippling 9-fingered, godly beggar was still fresh in everyone's minds. Who didn't know that the pig demon above them was a tough nut to crack? For a moment, Those who knew what was going on decided to challenge the remaining 2 spots. Otherwise, he would be prepared to observe for a moment to see the quality of the pig's enlightenment ability and observe the pig demon's weakness. As for those who didn't know what was going on, although they were tempted, no one stepped forward at the moment. This caused an awkward silence. Everyone could not figure out what was going on. That was why no one went up despite Monkey King's invitations. Monkey King could only light 3 joss sticks and stick them in the incense burner in front of the old temple. He said, if no one challenges within the time it takes for 1 joss stick to burn, then Venerable Xuanzang will successfully defend the arena. Furthermore, we have to update the rules. Since Venerable Xuanzang is an exorcist of the pet style, even though the pet he subdued was the one who challenged on his behalf, there is still an issue of unfairness. Therefore, after discussion among the judges, we have decided to make compensatory measures. This is the world's #1 exorcism convention. As a martial arts competition, there is no rule against attacking a trainer. In other words, as long as Venerable Xuanzang loses his will to fight, Zhu Ganglai will be eliminated as well. Wait a minute. Blind suddenly raised his hand and asked, where did the referee come from? The Monkey King explained the judges for the martial arts competition will be the Shaolin Temple's Master Xianglong, the Quanjin sect's Master Jingming, and me. The judges are not in charge of determining the winner or loser, but they are in charge of maintaining the results of the martial arts competition and protecting the lives of the losers in the arena, to avoid any bloodshed in the arena. There is only one outcome in the arena. The one standing is the winner. Master Xianglong and Master Jingming are highly respected, so I can understand that they're referees. But you're just a nobody and your hair is so swollen that I can't even tell what color it is. What right do you have to be the referee? Blind questioned again. It seems like this mister has a deep prejudice against us forbearing people. Monkey King said helplessly. Blind said proudly, that's right, especially those with dirty hair like yours. You look like a wild monkey. Xuanzang hammered his right palm and agreed. Sigh. This mister is very insightful. Wu Neng hurriedly pulled on his sleeve and whispered, don't talk so much. Wu Kong looked around, but no one was willing to say a word of justice for him. He could only helplessly say, but as the host of the convention, I have made a great contribution to the world's #1 subduing evil martial arts convention and the 3rd exorcism convention of the Tang Empire. I was the one who proposed and organized this convention. But before today, no one knew you. You're just a nobody. Let me ask you, how can a nobody be the referee of the world's #1 exorcism convention? Blind spread his hands and asked the people around him. F***CK. The Monkey King scolded. Don't be so shameless. Who do you think you are? How dare you point at me here? Blind sneered. Look, with this kind of quality, how can he be a referee? I think that exorcist by Shaosheng as a famous senior in the exorcism world is more suitable to be a referee in terms of knowledge and experience. The Monkey King turned back to look at the smug by Shaosheng, who was smiling and nodding. He hinted, but he's crippled. Blind brushed the hair hanging in front of his forehead and said, are you looking down on us handicapped people? Immediately, there were those with broken arms, legs, deafness, blindness, dementia, mental retardation, imbecility, idiocy, and paralysis. The exorcism world faced demons and ghosts, and it was extremely dangerous. It could be said that they used their lives to make a living. Therefore, there were many handicapped people, and a large number of them stood out. The Monkey King panicked. Wait, you're deaf and can't hear anything. Why are you standing out? Are you going to stand out just because someone pulls you? And you're drooling and your eyes are lifeless. You're clearly a retard. How can a retard be an exorcist? And, sir, your hands can't even be steady. Look, they're still trembling. Alzheimer, don't join in the fun, okay? Master Xianglong advised tactfully. Oh, Walker! With one sentence, You've offended more than half of the exorcism world. I think you won't be able to sit firmly as the referee of the world's #1 exorcism convention. Let's move aside." The Monkey King was speechless. "Master, you're really straightforward." "Okay." The Monkey King pointed at the handicapped people below and said, "I can leave," but the Monkey King looked up to the sky and roared, "I'm not going to be the referee anymore." Then, with a somersault, his body leaped into the clouds. After a long time, the clouds in the sky were red like fire. The clouds kept tumbling like a sea of fire. Under the moonlight, the red clouds in the sky faintly reflected the far east, the sun that was about to rise. Venus shone brightly, and a figure descended from the sky, stepping on the second cylindrical arena. Its hair, which could not be seen clearly, fluttered in the wind. It was 6 feet tall, and when it stepped on the arena, it gave everyone the feeling that the world was shaking. The Monkey King faced the wind and said, "But I can still participate. I'm the champion of the second arena." Xuanzang waved at the Monkey King in a friendly manner from afar. "Hi, Mr. Sun, we meet again?" The Monkey King had no choice but to turn around and greet him. "Hello, Master Xuanzang. Long time no see. Why don't I see Miss Duan?" Xuanzang put his palms together and laughed wantonly, as if he did not care about anything. "She's dead. Didn't Mr. Sun know?" "I've never heard of this." The Monkey King said sincerely, "Master, my condolences." As the two continued to stab at each other, there was finally an exorcist who came out to challenge. The Indian master Jingang Ji chose between the two arenas. He looked at Xuanzang's side. Although Zhu Ganlia's demonic aura was shocking, like a tidal wave, it was overwhelming in front of everyone and dyed half the sky. However, he had the weakness of Xuanzang, who did not have the strength to truss a chicken. As for the Monkey King's side, he was unknown. Although he displayed a beautiful movement technique, it was nothing compared to Zhu Ganlia's demonic aura. Jingang Ji thought for a while and was about to walk towards the Monkey King's side. However, his senior, Shan Wuwei, pulled him back and pointed in Xuanzang's direction. "Over there." Jingang Ji thought for a long time before guessing. "Senior, you want me to amaze these Tang exorcists with a single feat and spread the teachings of Tantric Buddhism?" Shan Wei shook his head lightly and said, "You will die here. That's the only way to survive." Jingang Ji's eyes narrowed, but he did not ask any questions. Instead, he went straight to Xuanzang's arena. Although the arena was dangerous, Jingang Ji's body was extremely tough. He stepped on the razor like Reef barefoot. His thick skin was comparable to Master Xianglong's Golden Shield level 10, and he climbed up easily. Chapter 1000. Jingang Ji was originally from Mariah. Even though Bai Shaoxing said that he was Lotus Peanut's disciple, the truth was that Lotus Peanut might not dare to call himself his master. Other than learning the time scripture from Tubo and Lotus Peanut, Jingang Ji had another master in India. He once studied under Silent Wisdom Master at Nalanda Temple, and then studied under Master Sheng Xianlun, theory of yoga, theory of knowledge, and theory of debate. His most outstanding master was Dragon Tree Bodhisattva's disciple, Master Longji. He learned the Vajra Apex Yoga Sutra and Vairocana Dharma. As the founder of Mahayana Buddhism and the disciple of Dragon Tree Bodhisattva, his status was much higher than Lianhua's disciple. At this time, Mahayana Buddhism had yet to spread to the east. Even Bai Shaoxing might not know about the Dragon Tree Bodhisattva in India. On the other hand, Lianhua was well known in the Central Plains because Tubo was close to the Tang Empire. Jingang Ji Tong's senior brother, Shan Wuwei, had come to the eastern lands with a mission, other than promoting the Vajrayana of Buddhism. He also had the important task of finding the 4 Sakyamuni celestial artifacts that were taken away by the traitors of the Brahmin sect that were defeated by Gautama Buddha. Legend has it that Sakyamuni comprehended the supreme Dharma from the Dipankara Buddha's relic, the world-illuminating lamp, and a Buddha's palm that could subdue the heretics. With his infinite wisdom, Shakyamuni brought forth a new form of the Buddha's palm and evolved it into 5 forms of the Buddha's palm. Before he passed away in meditation, he saw through the future Maitreya Buddha's birth. The 8 forms of the Buddha's palm would evolve into the 9th form of the Buddha's palm. 5 powerful instruments were passed down. So far, there were 6 instruments in India that contain the secret of the Buddha's palm. 4 of them were stolen by the Brahmin traders who were defeated by Sakyamuni. They were brought to the eastern lands in a futile attempt to assist Cao Cao in seizing control of the world during the chaos of the 3 kingdoms, thus reviving the Brahmin tradition. In the end, such a vain attempt was defeated by the local Taoist masters of the eastern land, as well as the Indian Buddhists Kumarash and Bodhidharma, who had come to hunt down the remnants of the Brahmin sect. After the successor of the Brahmin, Mahajao, failed, the 4 magical weapons that he stole disappeared without a trace. The few Indian monks had no choice but to stay in the eastern lands and pass down the orthodoxy of Buddhism. Only then did the Wei and Jin dynasties have 480 temples in the southern dynasties. Xuanzang didn't know that this tanned, skinny, and bumpkin-looking Indian Hindustani had such an amazing background. If he knew he, a self-proclaimed Mahayana disciple who hadn't shaved his head, wouldn't know where his knees would go soft. Of course, even if Xuanzang knew, he might not think highly of this Indian monk. After all, according to the Monkey King, he was the reincarnation of Gautama Buddha's disciple. Moreover, he had the suspicious Buddhist monk, nameless Zen master, who had carefully taught him. He was the direct disciple of Gautama Buddha in both lives and was destined to be the Buddha of sandalwood merit in the future. His status was much higher than a mere disciple of the dragon tree. On the arena, 2 monks who didn't know each other's prominent status in the system looked at each other. It was Xuanzang who nodded first and put his palms together. Mahayana disciple Chen Xuanzang greets senior brother Jingeng. Jingeng Ji, however, waved his hand and said stiffly with an Indian accent, "On the arena, fists and legs have no eyes. How could it matter if they were senior brothers or not? I wonder why you call me a Mahayana disciple. As far as I know, after the Dragon Tree Patriarch established Mahayana with the middle view, no Indian Buddhists came to the eastern lands to spread their teachings. How can there be a Mahayana?" At this moment, Xuanzang was embarrassed. It turned out that Jingeng, she didn't recognize him as a Mahayana disciple. The exorcists below were all shrewd people. How could they not understand the meaning behind Jingeng Ji's words? They whispered to each other, obviously waiting to see Xuanzang make a fool of himself. Fortunately, the eastern lands were second to none. These exorcists weren't Buddhist disciples like Xuanzang, who would automatically lower their heads in front of Indian Buddhists. They looked down on these Indian natives. Therefore, although they wanted to see Xuanzang make a fool of himself, they didn't feel any better when they looked at Jingeng Yi, the ignorant barbarian. What they were thinking was, Xuanzang's embarrassment when he met Li Kuei was naturally worthy of ridicule. But you, a barbarian from the West, actually dared to look down on our magnificent Middle Earth. You're even more ignorant. Everything in our Middle Earth is the best. Even if it's the Eastern lands when it comes to our Middle Earth, the outstanding people will definitely surpass your Indian. Do you think there's no one in our Middle Earth who can stand up to you? Shan Wei saw the surrounding exorcists' malicious, disdainful, or blatant discrimination. He sighed slightly, but it was too late to stop his junior brother. Xuanzang looked awkward, but there was nothing he could say to refute. Zhu Ganglai, on the other hand, sneered and scolded. What can a mere Hindustani from India know? Our Middle Earth dynasty has its own national conditions. We don't respect any foreign ancestors or deities. Since you came to our land, you better stay obediently. All deities that the people of Middle Earth believe in must not be foreigners. Is the Western Dachshund Vatican overbearing? When preaching to Middle Earth, the believers still have to listen to the imperial court. What is the imperial court? It's the manifestation of Haotian's will. Therefore, the emperor is the son of heaven. The son of heaven is the son of Haotian, and Haotian is the Tao of Middle Earth. If you, the Mahayana, still insist on the Hindustani way, I'm sorry, Middle-earth won't allow such a powerful existence like you. If you still insist on the Indian way, Zhu Ganlia's domineering aura from his previous life was fully displayed. He said majestically, "Then from now on, our Buddha is our Buddha, and your Buddha is your Buddha. Every dog has its day. When the time comes, it's still uncertain whether India will still be a Buddhist land. The Orthodox Buddhism is in Middle-earth. No one is allowed to interfere." Xuanzang was not as domineering as Zhu Ganglai. He did not have a celestial lord to back him up. He could only answer awkwardly, but politely, "Senior brother, the Mahayana is not a secret Indian teaching." According to legend, when Buddha preached, although he did not say a word about the Mahayana Dharma, it was actually to avoid interfering with the disciples' cultivation of Dharma. In fact, he had already secretly told the disciples, and his Bodhi heart was awakened. "Senior brother, how can you say that there is no Mahayana outside of India?" This time, it was Jin Gang Ji's turn to choke. He had also heard that Mahayana was a secret teaching of Buddha, that Xuanzang said, but that was a rumor made by his ancestor Long Shu to show that he was the orthodox Buddhism, to attack those Theravada who insisted on the primitive teachings of Buddhism, and to belittle their cultivation as Han, as a direct disciple of the Mahayana. How could he not know that this was completely a lie for political reasons? But now he could not expose it. After all, Jin Gang Ji was not as smooth as his senior brother, Shan Wei. If Shan Wei was here again, he would probably bite the bullet and admit it. However, Jin Gang Ji was proud of his identity as a direct disciple of the Mahayana. Although he later entered the Vajra Mahayana with Lianhua, he was still proud of his sect. How could he tolerate Xuanzang, who in his eyes wore a kasaya and mixed into the Mahayana Buddhism? He bit the bullet and said, "I am a direct disciple of the Mahayana. Do you think I don't know if there is an inheritance of the Mahayana robe in East Earth? In East Earth, other than me, it is impossible for there to be a disciple of the Mahayana Dharma." Jin Gang Ji had just said firmly when he heard his senior brother scolding him, "Jin Gang Ji, don't talk nonsense." Jin Gang Ji retorted, "Senior brother, you..." Shan Wui's eyes widened as he looked at Jin Gang Ji and said slowly, "Junior brother, have you forgotten why we came to East Earth?" Jin Gang Ji shouted angrily, "Isn't it because of Makai, the remnant of Brahmin?" As soon as he said this, Bai Shaoshang, Master Xianglong, and the others' expressions changed. They didn't expect this Indian monk to come for one of Middle-earth's top experts, Makai, the sect master of Pure Bliss sect. Master Xianglong couldn't help but say, "Makai is also a disciple of Buddhism with profound Dharma. Although his teachings are a little extreme, how can he be a remnant of Brahmin?" Jin Gang Ji sneered, "He is just a devil who snuck into Buddhism." Master Xianglong knew that Jin Gang Ji was right, but he couldn't agree to it. Now that Nanbei Chao of Buddhism had suffered a great counterattack from Eastern Earth's Taoism and traditional forces, it was time for him to fight for allies. Not to mention Mokai's top martial arts, Pure Bliss sect was also very influential. Now that Buddhism was in need of manpower, how could he push them to the opposite side? He scolded in his heart, "This Indian monk's brain is really not good. He doesn't even know that the key of Buddhism is to make more friends and fewer enemies. Our Central Earth's Buddhism is eclectic and eclectic. Hinduism is Hinduism. There is no cure for it. Amitabha, forgive me. Forgive me. I have slandered Buddha again. Patriarch Sakya must not be from Hinduism. Buddha is so wise. How could he be Hinduism?" Master Xianglong shook his head, obviously disagreeing with Jin Gang Ji's words. Shan Wei saw Jin Gang Ji's unwise eyes and had no choice but to say, "Junior brother, don't forget our other mission." Jin Gang Ji's expression changed. Do you know why Jin Gang Ji was so loyal to Shan Wei? It was because Shan Wui's background was even more extraordinary. Jin Gang Ji was of the Brahmin caste and was the direct descendant of the dragon tree. Shan Wei, on the other hand, was a monk of the king and was the descendant of Gautama Buddha's father, the sweet dew-rice king. In terms of caste, birth, bloodline, and status in the Buddhism system, Jingang was completely defeated. How could he not respect this senior brother? By now, Jingang had already understood what Shanwei meant. There might really be a Mahayana lineage in the eastern lands, and it was the core of their Vajra Mahayana Tantrism. It was the Vajra and womb sects, the proof of the identity of Buddha's direct disciple, the place of the Tao, and the supreme scripture, Vairocana Sutra. It was also their most important mission in the East Earth, to find the supreme scripture of the Tantra, Mahavairocana Sutra. Xuanzang, who was carrying the supreme scripture in front of his chest, said confusedly, "Thank you, senior martial brother. I am indeed a disciple of the Mahayana realm, although my master did not tell me about the orthodoxy that I inherited. Both of you are dead, but my heart and the Dharma I have learned are indeed the profound meaning of Mahayana." Jingang-ji's face turned green. He looked at Xuanzang and said coldly, "Then let me have a taste of Venerable Xuanzang's Mahayana Dharma." The Vajra wisdom finger came together. The tips of the fingers came together. The palms of the two hands separated, bulging together. His mouth chanted the mantra, "Sua sua paluo tuasa luo demo sua, paluo dujen." After repeating the mantra 3 times, he slightly closed his middle finger. It was Jing Sanyi's mantra, lotus flower palm seal. On the Saber Mountain arena, with Jingang as the center, an indescribable force spread out. The dust in the sky was pushed away by this invisible force. Under the moonlight, the dust reflected the light, like a budding lianhua, plated with a slightly bright and flawless layer. As Jingang-ji's hand seals changed, the white lotus bloomed. Layer after layer of lianhua bloomed. The entire Saber Mount arena and the surrounding area were covered by that white lotus. His mind was a Buddha, his mouth was chanting mantras, his hands were forming seals, and his body was a pure land. Within the blessed lands of the white lotus, all demonic demons had nowhere to hide. Zhu Ganglai let out a roar and transformed, revealing his true form. He was a golden boar. Within the blessed lands of the white lotus, although the demonic chi was surging like a tidal wave, it was not suppressed by the blessed lands as Vajraji had expected. A human-like cold smile appeared on Zhu Ganglia's golden pig face. He said, "Do you still think that this old pig is that filthy demon? Let me tell you, my true form is actually Canopy Marshall." Chapter 1001. Pale golden blood splattered on the Saber Mountain. The sound of dripping wind sounded like the wailing of ghosts and gods, but Jingang-ji's hands did not move at all. However, the lotus flower palm mudra in his hands changed. 2 thumbs and 2 little fingers connected, and the 6 fingers in the middle bent in sequence, like a budding lotus flower that was about to bloom. On top of the Saber Mountain, Sanskrit voices echoed, "Samadhi Nemanapala also Saa Maha." The Avalokitesvara Bodhisattva chanted the Samadhi mantra and formed the 8-leaf mudra. This was the Samadhi mudra of the lotus flower division. The lianhua that enveloped the entire Saber Mountain arena slowly rotated, and a pale white light gathered on Jingang-ji's body, plating him with a faint golden glow. Jingang-ji's body was pale gold. The dirt, dark skin, and weathered face gradually faded away, leaving behind a flawless body of Jingang. As Jingang lowered his head, he slowly raised his head. As the Lianhua Pure Land bloomed again, a body of Jingang stood between the 9 petals. The golden body of Jingang-ji was almost as tall as the nearby mountains. He stepped on the golden lotus, and the various Saber Mountains and hell around him seemed to be holding up his lianhua. Facing this body of Jingang-ji, Zhu Ganglia's figure seemed exceptionally small. Jingang slowly retracted his hands. His left hand was placed by his waist, and his right hand was erected in front of his chest. Then he slowly pushed towards Zhu Ganglai and Xuanzang. As the golden palm pushed forward, the countless towering reefs and mountains all fell towards Zhu Ganglai. With the momentum of a landslide, thousands of blades formed a sea. Zhu Ganglai saw that as Jin Gang Ji pushed his palm, the surrounding sharp mountains all fell towards him. Countless blades gathered, collided, and spun towards him like a tidal wave. Zhu Ganglai showed no fear. He only shook the rake in his hand and protected Xuanzang behind him. The rake that was originally only as tall as a human was pushed out, and then it grew with the wind. It grabbed a mountain behind Zhu Ganglai and flung it towards Jin Gang Ji's glaring body of Jin Gang Ji. The huge hill smashed over, shattering any blade that blocked its path. The sharp reefs shattered upon contact, and the mountain top that was smashed over was continuously peeled off by the sea of blades. When it reached King Kong Ji, it was only half the size of King Kong. King Kong waved his left palm and split it in half from the middle. The remnant peak smashed into the five-finger mountain behind it, causing the mountain to tremble. The exorcists at the foot of the mountain had all sorts of expressions on their faces as they watched the scene. They had not expected such a huge commotion when it had only just begun. Was this still a martial arts competition? It was clearly moving mountains and draining seas, causing mountains to collapse and the earth to crack. He had thought that it was already amazing for the two judges to create two astonishing arenas. Unexpectedly, this Saber Mountain arena was still not enough for people to fight. Just as the Five Fingers Mountain shook, an angry roar came from the mountain. What the hell? Do you still want me to sleep? If you want to fight, fight outside. Don't fight in front of my door. Among the lotus flowers on the mountain, a rusty black iron rod with two golden hoops on the middle extended out. The rod rapidly elongated and tapped on the chest of the golden body of wisdom. The golden body seemed to be heavily injured as dense cracks appeared on it. It flew backward, flying a distance of a few mountains before falling on a mountain. You still have to work tomorrow. Do you have any sense of civility? In the lotus pond of the Five Fingers Mountain, a muffled voice said, Is this what Tathagata taught you? You have no manners. The faces of all the exorcists turned ugly. Bai Shaoxing exclaimed, This is the Monkey King? Jin Gang Ji fell on the rocky peak and struggled to stand up. With a roar, he put his palms together, his fingers facing each other. His index finger and little finger were facing each other, while his middle finger and ring finger were crossed and pressed down. The two fingers were facing each other, and the fingertips were connected. This was the Earth Madra. Countless Sanskrit chants surrounded the golden body and sang, The days are long, the days are long, the days are long, the days are long, the days are full, the load is full, the load is full, the load is full of Shah. On the Sword Mountain arena, the main peak suddenly glowed with golden light and slowly stood up. Jin Gang Ji slowly raised the Earth Madra, and the main peak also slowly rose until it was a few hundred meters above the sky. Countless rocks flashed with golden light and peeled off. The rocks on the main peak continued to peel off and slowly formed the shape of a Jin Gang. The Earth Madra was also known as the Jin Gang by Madra. Jin Gang Ji roared, and the chanting around him became louder. The Jin Gang by Madra in his hand pressed down on the ground. The huge Jin Gang by that was erected high also smashed down, the tip of the bai towards Zhu Ganggui. On the bai's handle there was a Wisdom King's head that was glaring angrily. The angry aspect God's Vajra by God's powerful Buddha nature could remove all obstacles. The triangular by God originally symbolized breaking through all obstacles. In the Sanskrit words of Jin Gang Bai, there was the meaning of big nail and Dao nail. Jin Gang Ji, who was not far away, had a Jin Gang Ji in his hand. He smashed it towards the tail of the Jin Gang Bai, and an invisible force brazenly drilled towards Zhu Ganggui. The faint demonic aura in his body was quickly dispelled, and all external techniques could not be used on him. It seemed that only his physical body could face the Jin Gang that was drilling into his heart. The glaring Jin Gang wielded the Jin Gang to stab the demons of all directions, and there was no obstacle that could not be broken. Jin Gang Ji was to use the wisdom of Jin Gang to break through all obstacles, and use the flawless dharma of Jin Gang to break through all external paths. Jin Gang meant that it was flawless, indestructible, the hardest and the most perfect. Zhu Gangui, who had the appearance of a golden pig, had a fat head and big ears, and looked charmingly naive. He roared towards the sky, "Dizun, help me!" Then he stared at the sky above his head with a hint of flattery. He was full of naivety and exceptionally cute. On one side, Jin Gang was glaring, but on the other side he was acting cute. Zhu Gonggui's shameless shaking of his head and wagging of his tail finally caused the stars in the sky to light up one by one. Among them, the North Star hung high in the sky, and all the stars were intimidated. Then the North Star and the 9 imperial stars lit up one by one. The Big Dipper was like a ladle, and the Bright Cave Palace's external assistant Star Lord, Hidden Light Palace's inner Star Lord, Tianrin, Tianheng, Tianfu, Tianying, Tianyai, Tianju, Tianqin, Tianqiao, and all the way up to Tianping Qinxing. The 9 stars shot at the rake in Zhu Gonggui's hand, and the 9 teeth of the rake corresponded to the 9 imperial stars. Zhu Gangui summoned his courage and swept the rake horizontally, and the huge Jin Gang collapsed upon contact. The Jin Gang, Ji was caught off guard and was smashed on his body. The 9 teeth broke out of his body, and his golden body was instantly shattered. On the ruins of the Mountain of Knives, the Jin Gang Ji's true body suddenly spat out a mouthful of dark, golden blood, and he fell to the ground, paralyzed. Zhu Gangui laughed and said, "You have divine techniques, and I have a backer. Your divine techniques are only SOSO, and my backer is incomparably powerful. Ha ha ha! How can you possibly defeat me?" The Jin Gang Ji said in disbelief, "Why? The glaring Jin Gang only has the appearance, but it collapsed upon contact. Why doesn't Buddha help me?" The Jin Gang Ji was in disbelief. That Buddhist divine art, other than his own magic power, also had the support of various Buddhas and Bodhisattvas. However, the Jin Gang collapsed upon contact just now, and all the support was just the appearance. Only his magic power was defeated by Tian Peng's Beichinjuchen support, and he couldn't resist at all. Otherwise, even if he couldn't win, he wouldn't have lost so miserably. Tian Peng said proudly, "It's because your backer isn't strong enough. You think you're fighting me alone, but you're actually fighting both me and Master. Of course you'll lose." At this moment, Zhu Gangui no longer looked down on Xianzong, and instead called him Master. The Jin Gang Ji still didn't want to believe. He clearly has no magic power at all, and he just stood there without moving. Zhu Gangui laughed and said, "What a joke! Some people don't need to make a move. They only need to show their attitude. You think my master is useless? Yes, in most situations he's really useless. But my master can suppress fate. He'll be successful in every endeavor." Zhu Gangui took Buddha's face into consideration, so he said it in a roundabout way. Actually, it was Jin Gang Ji's backer, the Dragon Tree Bodhisattva, who couldn't win against Buddha. Using the Jin Gang that was supported by Buddha to smash the second direct disciple supported by Buddha. It would be strange if it had any effect. A battle filled with shady dealings and behind-the-scenes manipulations ended with the complete defeat of the Jin Gang Ji. When the Jin Gang Ji was carried off, he still couldn't believe that he had lost just like that. His Zen heart suffered a huge blow, and he couldn't recover from this setback. Chapter 1002. Xuanzang sat upright among the broken mountains of knives, while Zhu Ganglai stood with his rake. Regardless of whether they knew what was going on or not, the exorcists did not want to provoke this extremely weak demon trainer who could destroy cities and slaughter armies with his 2 disciples for the time being. Looking at the exorcists whispering to each other, Xianzong suddenly asked Zhu Ganglai, "Wu Neng, do you think they will listen to me now?" Zhu Ganglai knew what Xianzong was going to say when he stuck out his, so he advised, "Think twice. Master, you can't mess with that monkey. Just let him play. Don't get yourself into trouble." Xianzong sighed. "The Monkey King is naughty and mischievous. Should I just sit back and watch? Besides, I can't tolerate him using Miss Duan's matter." He immediately stood up and said to the Monkey King's arena, "Monkey King, you changed your name to Traveling Monk Son and mingled with the exorcists who wanted to get rid of you. What are you plotting?" The exorcists below exploded. Even Bai Shaosheng couldn't help but stand up. He said to the people around him, "Help me up. I want to take a good look." Master Xianglong couldn't help but shout, "Venerable Xianzong, you said that Traveling Monk Son is the Monkey King. Do you have any proof?" Xianzong looked at the Monkey King and said, "That day Mr. Emptiness and Miss Duan found the Five-Finger Mountain through me after learning the tiger form fist and having crippling legs. At that time you killed having crippling legs, and I asked you for advice on how to reform the pig demon. In the end, Miss Duan died trying to subdue the pig demon. Today, I'm not here to take revenge on you, because I'm not worthy. But I just want to ask you if you still have humanity in your heart." The Monkey King sat with his back facing Xianzong and said vaguely, "I'm not a human. How can I have humanity?" Hearing him admit it, the exorcism convention exploded. Blind screamed, He is the Monkey King." Master Xianglong couldn't help but take 2 steps towards the arena where the Monkey King was. He leaned on his Buddhist staff and looked over. Master Jingming's hand was on the 7-star sword. Jin Gangji's eyes were wide open, and Shan Wei suddenly raised his head. At some point in time, Kong Hai had arrived at Vajra Wisdom's seat and bowed to him in the manner of a disciple. At this moment, he also stood up in shock. Hassan laughed sinisterly and said, "A hero of the Eastern lands. I can't believe you didn't even realize that your target was right in front of you. Hee hee." All the exorcists from the other world and the Eastern lands could not help but cast sidelong glances at him. "Monkey King, you are a human, or rather, all demons are humans. How is it inhumane? I, Chen Xuanzang, have always adhered to the concept of exorcism, and that is to deliver all living beings from suffering. Demons are not the source of all the sufferings of time. Only the 3 poisonous hearts of greed, obsession, and anger are the true demons. I am willing to subdue the true devil, to deliver all living beings from suffering." Monkey King replied calmly, "You can't even save yourself. You still want to deliver all living things from suffering? To deliver others is to deliver oneself. Delivering all living things from suffering isn't something that can only be done after one becomes enlightened and becomes a Buddha. It's something that everyone can do. Deliver oneself and deliver others. In the past, I was ignorant, childish, and self-righteous. You taught me to face myself and others. Now, I'm going to teach you to let go of your evil thoughts and think of the common people." Xuanzang put his palms together. Monkey King smiled and said, "Qin Xuanzang, you are still ignorant, childish, and self-righteous. Summer insects cannot talk about ice. You are just a puppet that is manipulated by others. Can you not talk to me about freedom and enlightenment? I asked you, and you said you were enlightened. If you were to face me again, would you still be able to make a choice? Don't try to reason with this devil." Blind shouted, "Everyone, let's fight together." With that, he took out a slingshot and clipped a golden bead to it. He aimed left and right, and the surrounding exorcists dodged. Someone scolded, "You damned blind man, of all things you chose a slingshot. You actually used a slingshot to get rid of devils." Blind suddenly revealed a smile that seemed to transcend the mortal world and said, "Use your ears to hear and use your heart to shoot. The golden bullet exterminates the devil's body, and the heart's eye penetrates the devil's soul." With that, he pulled the slingshot in the opposite direction of Monkey King. Everyone was speechless and dispersed. However, After Blind shot the golden bullet, it actually shot forward at an astonishing speed. Its speed had completely surpassed the eyesight of Master Xianglong and Bai Shaosheng. In the orbit of the planet, it made use of the planet's gravity and rotation to accelerate continuously. In the end, it made one round around Earth and shot back to the center of Monkey King's back. At this moment, the speed of the golden bullet had already reached Mach 50. At such a high speed, the golden bullet had already transcended the state of matter and turned into a strange, condensed state of matter. Despite facing such a terrifying weapon, Monkey King didn't even look at it. He just grabbed the marble when it got close to him. A furry claw slowly stretched out, and in his fist there was still that golden bead. Monkey King said slowly, "A slingshot that looks like a crescent moon on my waist, and a three-pointed, double-edged spear in my hand. The style of this slingshot is really familiar. Are you from Guan River Estuary?" Blind saw that his attack was futile, but his expression didn't change. Instead, he grabbed the slingshot and cupped his fists. "I'm nameless, a grass god. I'm not worthy of the great sage's name." The weirdos that were mixed among the exorcists, those with broken arms, legs, deafness, and dementia, all took out their weapons and shouted in unison. The 800 grass gods of Guan River Estuary have received orders to protect Buddha's seal on the Five Fingers Mountain. Monkey King, without Buddha's order, don't even think of escaping. Monkey King sighed faintly. "Why would I, old son, need to escape?" King of the Demons, Monkey King. Master Xianglong took off his kasaya and picked up his monk staff. Today, Monkey King has escaped. It's a cause for celebration. It's a pity that it's a calamity for the common people and a great calamity for the righteous path. I can only use my broken body to suppress the great sage here again. Master Jingming also said, "That's good too. Let's test the quality of your demon king." The other exorcists were speechless until Bai Shaoxing stood out and said, "I'm already a cripple, so why should I care about my old body?" The group of exorcists pulled out their swords and knives without fear. Someone laughed. "I've killed many demons. Why would I be afraid of an old antique from 500 years ago? Everyone follow me." The strong man, standing at the front, suddenly raised his glaive above his head. "Kill this demon! Kill!" Shouts came from the exorcists, and all of them charged at Monkey King. Blind picked up 4 golden marbles with one hand and plucked the string on his new moon slingshot. The 4 marbles shot toward Monkey King with astonishing speed and power. Master Xianglong flew up and charged at Monkey King with Master Jingming. A monk's staff surged like a flood dragon with the power to shatter mountains. The other 7 stars, treasured sword, stabbed into the sky. In the distant horizon, a smear of white leaped out. Thunder roared in the sky, and countless bolts of lightning descended from the stars, gathering at the tip of the 7 stars' treasured sword. The Big Dipper in the sky reflected the 7 stars' treasured sword. Xuanzang turned around and was shocked to see Zhu Ganglai secretly retracting his hand. Zhu Ganglai smiled awkwardly. "I, old pig, am just saying hello. If that monkey hits me, master, you have to help me." Xuanzang looked at the exorcists and sighed. "How can I help you? I can't do anything." He looked at his hands and said sadly. Zhu Ganglai said, "Master, you are the only one who can subdue Monkey King. You are just lacking something. When you understand it, you will naturally have the boundless power to subdue the heart monkey." Monkey King punched out, and the entire sky was torn apart. Master Jingming's sword, which was strengthened by the Big Dipper and the Lightning Sect, was instantly shattered. The boundless power of lightning swept back, and before Master Jingming could make a sound, he disappeared within the lightning. Monkey King stretched out his hand and grabbed Master Xianglong's monk staff. Master Xianglong struggled to hold on, but Goku easily lifted his Buddhist staff. Master Xianglong suddenly shouted, "Shinsu, Huaining, leave quickly. Take the legacy of our Shaolin Zen sect and go as far as you can." After saying that, he roared, and the muscles all over his body almost exploded. The full power of the golden bell shield, which was as tough as steel, suddenly burst out, pressing the monk's staff inch by inch. Monkey King said lightly, "Not bad. I only used 1/10,000th of my strength. But you can actually block it. Then I'll be more serious." Then, with a slight force, Master Xianglong spat out blood, mixed with his internal organs. His monk staff was forcefully twisted, and his iron-like tendons and bones suddenly collapsed. Flesh and blood burst out from all over his body. "Ah! Master!" Xianglong roared, and together with his monk staff, he was smashed into the stone by Monkey King and turned into minced meat. For marbles shot toward Monkey King's eyes, but as his golden beast-like pupils opened, the marbles turned into ashes under the golden light emitted by Monkey King's eyes. Monkey King opened his mouth and roared, turning all the exorcists who were charging toward him into ashes. The 800 grass gods could not hold on for a long time and turned into ashes together. Monkey King stood on the arena that was covered with ashes, and his merciless eyes swept across all the people who were still alive. The remaining people who were still alive froze. Bai Shaoxing trembled and almost couldn't make a sound as he roared, "Demon! Demon King! Exorcists! This is the real devil's tribulation. If we fail, blood will flow like a river. At the end of the Sui dynasty, all the demons will come out, and the tragic scene of cannibalism will appear again." Bai Shaoxing roared, "Don't cherish this body. Meet the tribulation with death." The rest of the exorcists resisted in despair, but were overturned by Monkey King with one palm. Everyone was crushed to death in front of an unknown ancient temple, where the blood of the Tang dynasty's exorcists was buried. Xuanzang knelt on the arena and said in despair, "Stop! Stop it! Don't kill! Don't kill!" Shan Wei could not bear it any more. He stood up, and a huge Ksitigarbha materialized behind him. Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva had just opened his eyes when he saw the golden cudgel sweeping across the sky. His Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva shattered, and his Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva disappeared. Shan Wui's tendons and bones were crushed, and he fell beside his junior brother Jin Gangji. Under the Monkey King's demonic power, Zhu Ganglai and Sha Wujing wisely stopped resisting and watched from the side. The group of samsara travelers who had been fighting for a long time were trembling, and they murmured, "Damn God, he's tricked me again." "This is the damn Monkey King. Is Buddha as strong as him?" "He's so strong, it's almost impossible to resist." Zhuang Baifan said in despair, "How did Jinren Jiugong bully such a strong Monkey King?" Chapter 1003. Xuanzang lowered his head, speechlessly. Monkey King said, "Everyone says you are lacking a little. Do you know what you are lacking?" Monkey King pinched his index finger and thumb. Xuanzang could see the entire universe in the space between his fingers. Xuanzang sighed, "Master, I still can't comprehend it." Monkey King went up to him and squatted down. "You can't comprehend that little bit. You are only lacking the Vairocana Sutra. That way, you will regain the boundless mana you had in your previous life." Xuanzang raised his head in shock. "Mana from my previous life? You said that the little bit I am lacking is actually the mana from my previous life?" Even under such a serious situation, Xuanzang couldn't help but complain. "I have been trying to comprehend it for so long, but you are telling me that I can't comprehend it at all. Are you King kidding me? What else?" Monkey King went up to Xuanzang and said, "If you can comprehend it so easily, why do you need to go to the sutra? Why do you need to decide? What do you think it is? Anyone can have an idea, but what really matters is the power to carry it out. Ideas without power are worthless. The reason why a Buddha is because he has boundless magic power. Without magic power, Tathagata Buddha is nothing." So, Monkey King said, "Your master taught you many ideas. The reason you are lacking a little bit is because you need to recover the boundless power from your previous life to carry it out. Beat me and the other demons into submission. This is the only way to reform demons. This is what I want to teach you. Giving in without power is meaningless. So, which deity have you heard of that relied on being manipulated by others to subdue demons? In the end, didn't they fist out indicating physics reform? Monkey King patted Xuanzang's shoulder and sighed. So, regardless of the twisted logic in the sutra, I will teach you a universal truth. The world is material, it doesn't exist in people's minds. So, the only way for consciousness to affect material is through practice. Practice requires power. Therefore, the idea of consciousness relying on power to change reality, relying on thinking in the mind, relying on enlightenment to change everything in reality, doesn't exist. So, Monkey King helped Xuanzang up, pointed at himself, and said, "Find the Vairocana Sutra, recover the limitless power from your past life, then beat me up. Do you understand?" The Monkey King shouted when he saw that Xuanzang was distracted. Xuanzang subconsciously stood straight and said, "Understood." Monkey King went over to chat with Zhu Ganglai and Sha Wujing. "Friends, come and have a smoke." As he spoke, Zhu Ganglai passed a stick of white sand to Monkey King. Zhu Ganglai skillfully borrowed a torch from the burning ruins of the battlefield. He put his arm around the Monkey King's shoulder and listened to him say, "I didn't mean to beat you up so badly in the past. Forgive me, forgive me." Zhu Ganglai puffed out a smoke ring and said with a flattering smile, "We're on different sides. I understand. Come down to the mortal world to protect him." Monkey King pointed at Xuanzang behind him. Zhu Ganglai sighed and said, "I made a mistake in the sky, and the organization gave me a chance." Sha Wujing said in a muffled voice, "That's too much. All I did was break a glass cup." Zhu Ganglai felt that it was time for him to show off to the organization. He put down the cigarette and said to Sha Wujing, "Old Sha, this is a problem of your awareness. As the private secretary of the leader, you were careless and made mistakes. Is it a problem of the mistake itself? It's a problem of principle, a problem of attitude. Both of us made mistakes, but my attitude is very good when reflecting on it. Unlike you, when you were in the womb, in order to reason with him, I made you recall an unbearable past. I'm sorry." Monkey King said bitterly. Zhu Ganglai said magnanimously, "That's nothing. It's fine. It's just a small matter of the past. If you didn't mention it, I would have forgotten about it. That bitch still dared to put a hat on me. Later, I'll send a note to the King of Hell and ask him to send that pair of adulterers to hell to train for a few years. Then they'll reincarnate as pigs and become human food. If I don't play with them for 3 lifetimes, I, old pig, am Marshal Tian Peng for nothing." Monkey King and Zhu Ganglai squatted there and looked at Xuanzang. Xuanzang was thinking hard about where he vaguely saw the lines of Vairocana Sutra. Monkey King pointed and said, "Do you think he can find it?" Zhu Ganglai shook his head and said, "It'll be a miracle if he can find it. I say, great sage, are you really waiting for him to find the sutra to deal with you?" Monkey King took out the cigarette, but from his mouth, and extinguished it on the ground. He said indifferently, "It's still uncertain who will deal with who. So what if he finds the sutra? I've given him so many cheats to reform your current life and even caused the death of his woman. So what if he has the Vairocana Sutra? Am I afraid?" Zhu Ganglai smiled knowingly. The two of them quickly became closer through the stupid leader who scolded Zhu Ganglai. The only surviving Indian Hindustani, Vajraji, crawled towards Xuanzang, who was on the Mountain of Blades. Golden blood stained a path behind him. After much difficulty, Vajraji finally reached Xuanzang's back and grabbed his shoes. Xuanzang hurriedly got up and said, "What are you doing? Don't force yourself after being beaten like this. Just stay there and wait for help." Vajraji grabbed Xuanzang's shoe tightly and spat out blood. He said with difficulty, "Vairocana Sutra." Xuanzang sighed. Monkey King said, "I'm only a little bit away from finding the Vairocana Sutra to restore the boundless power of my previous life." At this point, he suddenly turned around and asked, "This eminent monk from India, did you bring this Mahavairocana Sutra with you?" Vajraji had already caught his breath. He said, "Senior brother and I came to Middle Earth for this Vairocana, supreme scripture, Vairocana Sutra. It must be." Vajraji swallowed another mouthful of blood. Xuanzang hurriedly patted his chest and said, "Don't rush, speak slowly. Where is it?" "It must be with you," Vajraji finally said. Xuanzang was shocked. "Impossible. I've never seen the Vairocana Sutra." Vajraji's eyes widened. "Impossible because Middle Earth can't have a Mahayana disciple unless it's from Vairocana Sutra." Xuanzang shook his head. "I learned the Mahayana Dharma from my master. Do you think the Vairocana Sutra is in my master's hands? He didn't pass anything to me. No, he did pass something to me. It's a book of 300 nursery rhymes. He also told me that this book has boundless power." In the end, Xuanzang was also stunned. He took out the 300 nursery songs from his bosom. His slightly trembling hands held the 300 nursery songs that were messily pieced together. Under the first ray of light from the sun that leaped out from the east, the cover was impressively made up of 6 characters of different sizes. They formed Da, Ri, Ru, Lai, Zhan Sutra. Xuanzang's body froze. Vajraji looked at the sutra and trembled as if he would die at any moment. He said in a trembling voice, "Quick, practice." Xuanzang placed the Vairocana Sutra in front of him. A breeze of unknown origin slowly flipped the pages for him. Countless sutras flashed before his eyes. Suddenly, Xuanzang seemed to have understood something. The Vajra wisdom slowly propped up his body, took out a dagger with trembling hands, and slashed at Xuanzang. Xuanzang didn't move and let the dagger fall on his hair. Vajraji said solemnly, "As a Mahayana disciple of the 5th generation, I will tonsure you. From now on, you will convert to Buddhism and become a Mahayana disciple." As the dagger moved, Xianzang's afro was shaved off bit by bit. Countless Sanskrit chants sounded around him, and the morning light from the rising sun seemed to gather on his body, making him shine with a golden radiance. Monkey King nibbled on a peach and watched quietly. Finally, Xuanzang sat down, his hands forming a Dhyana seal. His bald head shone. Zhu Ganga covered his eyes and shouted, "Ah, my eyes!" When the Vairocana Sutra was flipped to the end, Xuanzang saw a small scribble on it. The handwriting was childish and cute. It was a clumsy little monk. Suddenly, a teardrop slid down silently. Chapter 1004. All was silent. The entire great Gobi Desert's giant hand was deathly still, as if time had stopped at this moment. Then a tiny crack suddenly appeared on one of the most insignificant wrinkles in the giant hand. Then, in an instant, a divine monkey whose entire body was shimmering with golden light, holding a golden cudgel, smashed everything in the middle of the giant hand, stepping on auspicious clouds as it emerged. Wukong's fur fluttered in the wind. The dust on his body had been evaporated by the powerful magic power surging all over his body. His originally colorless fur became like golden threads, reflecting the light of the eastern sun. It was so dazzling that Xuanzang and the others could not open their eyes. Wukong was wearing a golden chain armor and a phoenix feather crown on his head. He was wearing a pair of cloud-walking shoes and holding a star fixing God metal treasure. Goku's entire body was covered in armor, and he was no longer in dire straits like before. His attire made him look exceptionally mighty, and even his 6-foot height had increased by 30%. Making him look more like a human. Apart from his hairy face and thunder mouth, he looked like a god. The reincarnators trembled when they saw the Monkey King return to his original appearance. "Abe," no Saimai groaned in pain. "This is at least a 10-star relic. It wasn't this powerful even when it faced the sword of Gai in the moon world. Are you kidding me? If this is the Monkey King's armor, then what was his costume in the plot? F***, Zike. Zhuang Beifeng cursed. This monkey is too powerful. It's nothing like the information we received. Han sighed and said, this combat power reminds me of the well-known mythological plot. The change in the plot of The Lord of the Rings triggered the hidden background of The Lord of the Rings, the Twilight of the Gods chapter of the Ring of Nibelungen. Many Vera and Maya descended to the mortal world and performed the scene of the Twilight of the Gods. I was just a 6-star newbie back then. If it wasn't for the plot of the legend, the Northern European team, which was as powerful as all of us, and their leader, Odin, was a god-level powerhouse who broke through all 4 gates of the Gate of God, would not have been destroyed. Mark and I benefited from the Northern European team's insignificant influence. That's how we got to where we are today. You've actually experienced the rampaging Lord of the Rings plot. The magician exclaimed. Sauron brought about his own destruction in an attempt to obtain Morgoth's power. In the end, it caused Morgoth to return to Middle-earth in the plot of the One Ring. The Ring Protector team that was originally doing fine became the one who suppressed Sauron, seized control of the One Ring, magically modified the Beastmen, and triggered the Beastmen's industrialization. Because the plot of the first Lord of the Rings had undergone such a shocking change, it attracted the strongest rebirth teams of the realm to enter the plot. As a result, it triggered a chain reaction, and it actually linked to the mythical background of the creation of the Lord of the Rings, the Ring of Nibelungen. Vera and Maya were born. Morgoth caused the Twilight of the Gods, Morgoth, the earthly serpent, and serpent of the Doomsday Dragon. The burly Viking Mark said indifferently, "Who could forget such a thing?" Hans trembled. It was because I survived the legend that I lost the courage to face the legend. I upgraded from a paladin to a cultivator, which has the strongest survivability. I just want to escape from that nightmarish mythological plot. Before entering this world, I just heard that the mummy world, the Bible, Egypt, and the Preaching Dynasty, the 3 main mythological systems of the mummy world, have collided, setting off the great plot of the war between the 2 great undead empires of the East and the West, the mummy world and the 3 undead empires. I didn't expect to encounter the legend of the westward journey in the westward journey. Hans roared. Goku looked at the giant earth palm that was flattened by his rod, waved his iron rod, and threatened. Although I am the father of heaven and mother of earth, unfortunately, heaven is not this world, and earth is not this earth. Even if there is a trace of incense, if you still want to go against me, old son, then don't blame me for not giving you face. He actually threatened the consciousness of the planet in this world. The consciousness of the planet trembled slightly and quickly woke up from the influence of the seal of exorcism. After all, the seal of exorcism was not personally used by Sakyamuni. It could not reach the level where it could purify the earth with a single thought. Therefore, after waking up, the consciousness of the planet quickly chose to follow its heart. You guys go fight. I won't get involved in your stupid business. Earth. Satisfied, Monkey King turned around and said to Xuanzang, Golden Cicada, show me your real ability. Don't make a fool of yourself in front of me with these insignificant tricks. Not to mention the seal of exorcism of Vairocana. Even the golden body of Buddha is here. That's all there is to it. You have the Vairocana Sutra. Among the many inheritances my master left me, there is one that he has just started an experimental project. It is called the Great Radiation Buddha Sutra. Although my master has only deduced the first move, the initial radiance, I specially spent some time to perfect it in order to play with you. Infinite light, infinite heat, infinite radiation. The Great Radiation Buddha's palm was different from the Buddha's palm. After all, Xuanzang's Buddha's palm was the real Buddha's palm. It could also be called the Buddha's palm. If he couldn't win, he would use the Buddha's palm as a backup technique. After all, the Monkey King was not that shameless. The great radiation Buddha's palm that he had learned was a peerless martial art that relied on himself and followed the laws of matter and energy of the world. It was a scientific method to pry open the energy foundation of the material world. Chun Ong had no way to use a mere few hundred words or over 1,000 words of profound words to record such a divine art. Hence, there was no secret manual. If there was a secret manual, it would definitely be the knowledge of the civilizations regarding particle energy. In a particle world, it would be nuclear energy. In a world of origin energy, it would be the energy of origin energy. The so-called Great Radiation Buddha's palm was actually the general theory of the internal energy in the form of radiation, such as light and heat. It was a research subject that involved the endless laws of the universe, matter, energy, space, and information. Based on the scientific level of Earth in the early 21st century, it took up about 1/3 of the knowledge. This meant that if one wanted to learn this peerless martial art, the most basic requirement on Earth was to understand 1/3 of the scientific knowledge in the history of Earth. Moreover, this was only the lower limit. It could only be said that 1/3 of the areas that Earth's scientific level touched were included in this divine art. What Chun Ong gave to Monkey King was only a record of his human body modification experiment in the God space. There wasn't much content. Monkey King needed to conduct scientific research according to the basic laws of the universe, deepen his understanding of the essence of energy, and then develop it on this basis. It was because Earth sensed this peerless martial art that corresponded to the great sun that they followed his heart so decisively. Xuanzang, or rather, Golden Cicada, raised his head and said, "Monkey King, Buddha is merciful." The sun quietly rose from the horizon, sprinkling down endless sunlight. The light rays suddenly outlined vivid curves in the sky. The faint golden curves converged to form an incomparably huge face outside Earth. It was the Buddha. The Buddha's back was facing the sun, and the great sun was like a halo hanging behind his head. He sat facing Earth, and behind him was the endless starry sky of the universe. A palm came from beyond the heavens. It was formless and intangible, but it also had form and substance. It was different from the peerless martial art Buddha's palm. It used true chi to push the six senses, wisdom, true chi, physical body in heaven and earth. It was purely summoning the golden body of Buddha and smashing down with a palm. Monkey King also smashed his palm toward the great sun in the east. His powerful magic power followed the basic laws, triggering the restless vitality inside the great sun, and the vitality fused. The fission turned into radiation energy, boundless light, and boundless heat. Monkey King placed one palm in front of his chest and bowed toward the great sun. It looked like he was worshipping Buddha, but he wasn't worshipping Buddha. But the great sun Sakyamuni wasn't the great sun Buddha. The sun was the great sun Buddha that he worshipped. It could also be called the Great Radiation Buddha. The first move of the Great Radiation Buddha's palm that Chun Ong created was called the first appearance of radiant light. And the first move of the Great Radiation Buddha's palm that Monkey King supplemented was the Monkey King's gratitude for the teachings of his master. He worshipped the great sun as if he was worshipping Chun Ong. It was called the stone monkey worshipping Buddha. It could also be called the solar particle ray burst, or the absolute sun annihilation divine ray. Xuanzang raised his head and looked toward the east. He saw the huge star behind the Buddha's head, the great sun, suddenly striking out with a palm. Boundless radiation gathered into a sea, and a huge flame tongue erupted. The flame tongue was the size of Earth, and it contained boundless alpha, beta, and gamma rays. It was the manifestation of vitality, and it could also be called the sun divine ray, young sun divine ray, old sun divine ray, and absolute sun divine ray. Through a complicated chain reaction, everything in its path was burned into radiation. This palm was actually not struck out by the Monkey King. It was the Monkey King's great sun greeting, and the great sun struck out with a divine palm. The insanity of it made one's hair stand on end. For a moment, a comical scene appeared in the world. Outside the earth, the golden body of Buddha's palm smashed toward the Monkey King. However, the great sun behind Buddha also struck out with a palm, smashing toward Tathagata. It was just like the mantis stalking the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind it. Tathagata's palm could overturn the mountains and rivers. Only this palm came crashing down from the sky. This heaven-toppling divine might was only targeted at the Monkey King. Although the area covered by the divine palm was almost immeasurable, encompassing half of the earth, the divine palm was as light as a feather to the other plants and trees. It was like a light breeze, and it posed no threat at all. It was only targeted at the Monkey King, who was a monkey. The great radiation divine palm behind Tathagata's head, wrapped in boundless divine light of the sun's true fire. It came in contact with the back of Tathagata's head, incinerating everything. After all, the radiation was close to the speed of light. The speed of the great radiation divine palm was unimaginably fast. It was one step ahead of Tathagata and came into contact with the Dharma form. Facing the great radiation divine palm, the Tathagata Dharma form was destroyed inch by inch when it came into contact with the great radiation divine palm. The great radiation divine palm in the sky was getting closer and closer, but the Monkey King was still standing tall. He didn't care and faced it indifferently. When the divine palm was a few thousand meters away from touching him, an unimaginably huge divine light spread down along the Buddha's arm bit by bit. Finally, when the divine palm landed 3 feet above the Monkey King's head, the entire divine palm was incinerated and completely collapsed. The Monkey King said indifferently, "Xuanzang, your divine palm is only SOO." Wukong could retract and release the great radiation divine palm freely. Although this world annihilation divine palm had shocked the Earth Monarch so much that he was trembling in fear. After Wukong retracted his palm, the boundless radiation force was all swept back into the sun. It didn't harm a single plant on Earth. The meaning behind it was even more terrifying than the boundless power of the great radiation divine palm. Jin Gang Ji was dumbfounded. The sound of his Zen heart shattering rang in everyone's ears. Xuanzang was also in disbelief. The reincarnators were so shocked that their souls left their bodies. Zhuang Baifan said in a trembling voice, "Was I hallucinating just now?" Chapter 1005. Xuanzang knelt on the ground weakly, his hands propped up on the ground. The scratches on his hands were burning with pain. Between the memories of his past life and this life, he said weakly, "How did this happen?" Xuanzang raised his hands and looked at his trembling and scarred palms. Then he looked up at the divine monkey who was standing in the ruins with a stick on his back. A sense of exhaustion came from the bottom of his heart like a tide. The Buddha lost. Xuanzang was speechless. The Monkey King walked towards him and said, "Your palm technique is weak, far less powerful than the original version of Sakyamuni. Back then, I also broke one of Sakya's hands. That's why I was given the title of Victorious Fighting Buddha by the deities of the 3 realms. Although Sakya gave it to me on purpose, it was also because my master gave me the peerless divine weapon, the Star Stabilizer Divine Medal. But this illustrious reputation was also earned by me, the Monkey King, one stick at a time." At this time, Zhuang Baifan had completely given up on thinking deeply about the subtext behind Wukong's words. He just treated it as a dream and all sorts of absurd and bizarre thoughts. He said sluggishly, "What the F***CK, God of War." But looking at it from another perspective, this setting is really F***King cool. Buddha can also be defeated? Xuanzang looked up blankly. "Of course." The Monkey King said, "In this world, no one is invincible. You treat the Buddha as a god, so of course you can't accept his defeat. But Sakya was just a human in the beginning. In the beginning, before he became a Buddha, some disciples betrayed him and were refuted by the 6 heretic teachers. They were even expelled by the Brahmin. Even if he became a Buddha, when his homeland Sakya was destroyed by foreign troops and the Sakya clan was massacred, wasn't he still powerless? When Sakya became a Buddha, he won't be defeated, and he can't be defeated. It was you Mahayana disciples who pushed him to the altar. From then on, there was no more Sakya, only Buddha Tathagata. But Tathagata isn't Sakyamuni. Therefore, Sakya was able to lose to me because of his magnanimity. He helped me achieve my victorious fighting Buddha goal. Tathagata, on the other hand, cannot be defeated. A Sakya who can be defeated, or a Tathagata who is like a clay puppet on the altar, who is not even allowed to be defeated, who is closer to enlightenment. The Monkey King sighed. That's why your realized palm is only SOO. Even if you have the power, you still can't change anything. Monkey King looked at Xianzong and said, "This is the second lesson I'm going to teach you. Face reality." Sakya was faced with reality, so he was an enlightened person. He chose to avoid some things, but he also chose to face some things. And Tathagata is omnipotent. You guys raised him too high, so he can't come down. Therefore, facing reality, he is omnipotent and he can't become numb. Is it so hard to admit that you can't do it? Monkey King questioned. Just like you have the power and realized palm, but you still lost. Xianzong was speechless. The Monkey King continued, because you don't want to admit that you are powerless, you see all kinds of unfairness, injustice, resentment, and hatred in the world. So you come up with all kinds of excuses, lies, and deceptions. It's because Buddha is powerless, but you say that all living beings reap what they sow. Because when you sit by and watch the world's unfairness, injustice, resentment, hatred, and all kinds of suffering, you are powerless to do anything about it and can only escape. However, you say that you are omnipotent, so that helplessness becomes numbness. Because you don't want to admit this numbness, you come up with all kinds of lies, saying that all living beings reap what they sow, and that Buddha is still omnipotent. How sad. What a joke. The reason why I'm standing in front of you is to destroy your beliefs. Monkey King asked coldly, "Let me ask you." Chen Xuanzong, I only ask you today, can Buddha save all living beings? Xianzong put his palms together and said with difficulty, Buddha's Dharma can save all living beings. Goku continued to ask, then tell me, how can I save him? As long as everyone has a compassionate heart, as long as everyone converts to Buddha, there will be no more suffering in the world. Xianzong raised his head and said with difficulty under the pressure of Monkey King. Stubborn. Monkey King said with disappointment. Fine, I'll show you the truth today. After saying that, Wukong leaped and landed in front of the old temple's lone grave. The surrounding 5,000 li of land was almost destroyed in an instant, but this old temple was still perfectly preserved. Monkey King looked at the grave that Xianzong had erected for Miss Duan. He laughed coldly and reached out, lifting up Miss Duan's grave amidst Xuanzong's shrill cries. A skeleton, wearing Miss Duan's clothes, laid there quietly. Magician frowned. How is this possible? How did she turn into a skeleton so quickly? Zhuang Baifan frowned as well. What is Monkey King trying to do? Xuanzong wailed and rushed forward. He clawed at the soil with his hands and feet and held the skeleton in his arms. He said to Wukong, what else do you want? You said that you won't implicate the innocent. She's already dead. What else do you want? Are you going to turn her into ashes before you'll be happy? Are you going to prove that Buddha can't save all living beings? Monkey King didn't retort, only saying coldly, look again. He pointed at Xianzang's chest, but the skeleton was gone. Xianzong felt a weight on his chest. He looked down and saw a white jade statue of Guanyin Bodhisattva. He didn't know when it happened, but it had replaced the skeleton. Monkey King continued, Chan Xuanzong, why don't you think about why someone would be so infatuated with you the moment they laid eyes on you? Why is there someone who refuses to come to their senses after hearing your sarcastic words. Why would Miss Duan like you? Why would the amorphous hoops fall into your hands? Do you really believe that it's because of your courage? Do you really believe that an ordinary exorcist could coincidentally spell out the Vairocana Sutra? Do you really believe that there's such a thing as unconditional love in this world? Monkey King and Zhuang Baifeng said in unison, unless it's fate. It's fated that this girl will fall in love with you. It's fated that she will die in your arms. It's fated that you will be the one to retrieve the sutra. Monkey King said calmly, then what is fated? Xianzong stared blankly at the white jade statue of Guanyin Bodhisattva in his arms. Monkey King said, Miss Duan is just a karma that Guanyin Bodhisattva enlightened you. Your love is fated. Her every frown, every smile, every tear, although they come from her heart. What does her sincerity amount to? Compared to that, what does your sincerity amount to? Do you love Guanyin Bodhisattva? Monkey King saw the fear on Shenzang's face and asked, what is Miss Duan? Now, tell me, as one of the living beings, how did Buddha save you? Does Miss Duan count as one of the living beings? Monkey King asked. Under Monkey King's questioning, Xianzang's expression changed from shock to sadness, and finally he was stunned. He pondered for a long time and felt that his Zen heart was on the verge of collapse. He couldn't help but hate Miss Duan for fooling him, but he couldn't help but think of the adorable yet clumsy scribbles on the back of the sutra. He asked himself, putting myself in her shoes, is Miss Duan deceiving me? Is her love fake? Xuanzang gave a negative answer. In the illusion that day, he saw himself and Miss Duan's heart clearly like never before. Only then did Xianzang let go of the white jade statue of Guanyin Bodhisattva in his hand. He stood up and left the tomb without hesitation. He asked Monkey King, Mr. Sun, can I ask you a question? Monkey King said, go ahead. I'll try my best to answer you. Xianzang raised his head and asked calmly, where did Miss Duan go? Wukong said, the rise and fall of karma, the fusion of karma. There will be a day when karma disperses. For you, Miss Duan is already dead. Then, to Bodhisattva, what is Miss Duan? Xianzang continued. Wukong smiled and said, it's just a little trouble. I understand. Xianzang closed his eyes and thanked Monkey King. Thank you, Mr. Sun. Magician suddenly felt that something was wrong with the demon-revealing mirror in his hand. He looked down and saw that Sun Wukong's figure was still shining brightly, but Xuanzang's figure was split into two. A monk chanting in a daze had his back facing Xuanzang, who was crying at the sky. The two figures became clearer. Magician was shocked. Monkey King didn't have second thoughts, but Xianzang did. The Buddha's Palm Buddha's doubt after his defeat, the sorrow of learning that Miss Duan's fate was destined, the doubt of Sun Wukong's interrogation, the uneasiness of asking Buddha if he could save all living beings, the desolation of being alone for a lifetime, the guilt of having only the love of his life, the pain of the struggle between heaven and man, and the craziness of all these forcing the Zen heart to waver. Under the Five-Finger Mountain, in the old temple, in the reflection of the world, the five strange pearls that were in a strange state seemed to sense the messy emotions in Xuanzang's heart. Threads of emotions seemed to merge with the five strange pearls. Magician felt the change, and his expression changed. Oh no! Zhuang Baifeng and the rest turned around and saw Magician panicking. How can this be? Why are the five beads moved by Xianzang? What five beads? Zhuang Baifeng asked with a frown. Magician was terrified. The five beads came from the mysterious world of heavenly weapons. The 10 beads of the ancestor sky, demon body, were split. When Magician and his team were in the mysterious world of heavenly weapons, they paid an unimaginable price to bring back 3 demonic weapons and 5 beads that had yet to become demonic weapons. Magician came to the westward journey world to use the beads and the hybrid demons. Their team had painstakingly collected the demonic faith from the wind and cloud world. Fire Phoenix World, and other worlds. Together with the Kirin demon blood, the hybrid demons, and the 5 beads that had been cultivated, they could trigger the demonic thoughts of Xianzong, Zhu Ganglai, Sha Wujing, Monkey King, and the rest. Together with the demon-revealing mirror, they could cut out the beads of the two-hearted demons. This way, they could destroy the two-hearted demons of their previous lives and obtain a lot of rewards. At the same time, they could obtain 5 earth-shattering demonic weapons. The reason why they dared to say that they wanted to kill the Monkey King was because they wanted to use the demonic weapons to create a Monkey King who only had crazy demonic thoughts and no rationality. This was the only way to bypass Buddha and kill the Monkey King. But the only thing they miscalculated was the true strength of the Monkey King. At this moment, Xianzong had awakened the golden cicada's 9 lives Zen heart, but it was shaken by the Monkey King. As the demonic thoughts grew, the 9 lives Zen heart gave birth to a shocking demonic thought that exceeded magician's imagination. It broke through magician's restriction and triggered the instinct of the beads, causing the 5 beads to respond at once. Behind the golden cicada's 9 lives Zen heart, the demonic thoughts that had accumulated for 9 lives transformed into 2 hearts and were about to cut out of Xianzang's body and turn into a terrifying demon. Magician's forehead was covered in sweat as he said in disbelief, "How is this possible? Even a near god like Emperor Xianzong could only produce 1 bead. According to our calculations, the Monkey King only needs 2 beads to contain his demonic nature. Why is it that his demonic nature can't contain 5 beads even after activating 5 beads? Why are they being controlled by Chun Xuanzong's 2 hearts? Originally, it should have been 5 different demon orbs without any intelligence. It shouldn't have been this kind of demon orb that was controlled by 2 minds and still retained the intelligence of the original body. It should have been 5 demon orbs. But it was too late to say anything now. The 5 beads shot out from the 5 beads and entered the back of Xianzang's head. The image of a handsome and refined young monk wearing a moon-white kasaya appeared behind Xianzong. He had a pair of spirited eyes that seemed to be able to see through people's hearts. Behind those seemingly intelligent and penetrating eyes, there was actually an endless amount of madness. A demon bead appeared in his hand and transformed into a 9-ringed staff. Another bead turned into a purple gold alms bowl. Another bead turned into an embroidered kasaya. Another bead was imbued with his demonic body, turning it into an ethereal form. The last bead turned into an ink-colored relic that floated behind his head. The monk walked out of the void and slowly walked over. His every movement was elegant and calm. He said, "This humble monk's Dharma name is Sanzang. I came from Chun Xuanzong's Zen heart and was enlightened by benefactor Monkey King. I understood the Buddha's Dharma and returned to the truth. This humble monk's Dharma name is a demonic heart that buries the heavens, buries the earth, and buries the common people." As he finished speaking, he struck out with his palm. Tang Sanzang laughed maniacally and said, "Let this humble monk send you off." The body formed by the beads was abnormally tall, but the palm formed by magic power was almost as tall as the 5 Fingers Mountain. Abe Saimai roared angrily, and 800 Shikigami appeared around him. He wanted to block the attack, but the speed at which the Shikigami were defeated by Tang Sanzang's palm was so fast that Abe couldn't react in time. He screamed in fear and was smashed into meat paste. All the Shikigami broke out of his body along with his blood essence and were devoured by Tang Sanzang. At this moment, Monkey King sighed in front of Xuanzang and said, "I'm not the king of the fiendish demons because I stopped being one a long time ago. But you have truly given birth to a king of the fiendish demons." Chapter 1006. Tang Sanzang was taller than the average person. His face was pale but glowed like the moonlight. He was extremely delicate and slender. He even had a scholarly aura that even Xuanzang didn't have. He was like a Confucian monk. Half of him was refined and elegant, the other half was demonic. Magician saw many dangerous things in the eyes of such a gentle monk. In comparison, Xianzang's eyes were as blank as a shell that had been stripped clean, withered and weightless. In Tang Sanzang's eyes, however, there was a heavy weight. On one hand, it was a crazy demonic nature that wanted to burn the world to ashes. On the other hand, there seemed to be fuel hidden deep within that demonic nature that supported the burning of the demonic nature. It was sincere, the purest love. The Monkey King saw through Xuanzang's disloyalty. He said calmly, when the medicine Fort Gongwang established, he said to the millions and billions of people, "From love comes worry, from love comes fear. If you are separated from love, there is no worry or fear." On the surface, Tang Sanzang looked even more otherworldly than Xuanzang. It was as if he wasn't a person of the mortal world. It was as if he came from the 9 heavens and descended from the clouds, transcending the mortal world. But this power that transcended the mortal world seemed to come from the pain in his heart. Because of the pain, he transcended the mortal world. Because of the pain, he became real. Because of the pain, he became a demon. That was disloyalty. Sanzang's palm in front of his chest was slender and clean. However, there were slivers of clear and dirty blood and the various viciousness of the 800 form gods and demons. The vengeful spirits of the form gods, or rather, their innate nature as demons, all wrapped around Sanzang's body, constantly wailing. In the wailing of the ghosts, the monk became more otherworldly, but also more demonic. Zhuang Baifan's forehead was covered in cold sweat. He said with a trembling voice, "What should we do?" Abe died without being able to fight back. Magician calmed down and said seriously, "There are mistakes. If we can't kill the Monkey King, killing Tang Sanzang will be worth it. I don't believe he's scarier than the Monkey King." Tang Sanzang chuckled and said, 9 lifetimes ago I was the golden cicada. I didn't listen to the Dharma, and I rashly refuted the Dharma. In the 9 reincarnations, even though they had the heart of Buddha, their nature was not complete. There were even some who were reprimanded by the Buddha, which gave birth to resentment and hatred. In this life of reincarnation, he was infatuated with a mortal girl. This was infatuation. When he found out the truth, he was angry when he found out that this woman was just troubled by the nameless Bodhisattva. The Demon King, Monkey King, broke the Buddha's palm and shattered my Zen heart. This is despair. Because of one thing, Miss Duan was innocently attacked. Fate came and went, so he felt guilty. From then on, questioning the Dharma and going astray because of emotions is bigotry. A Zen heart possessed by the devil, trying in vain to use peerless magic power to change everything. This was madness. After becoming a demon, all thoughts turn to dust. Only the demonic nature remains. It is empty and lonely, exceptionally lonely. Therefore, everything, arrogance, hatred, obsession, anger, despair, guilt, stubbornness, madness, loneliness, helped me become a demon. Jin Gang Ji said in fear, "Venerable Xuanzang, you must not let your heart waver from your 9 lives of cultivation." Xuanzang, who was about to turn grayish-white, only silently placed his hand on his chest and said softly, "The Buddha is merciful." Tang Sanzang laughed and pinched Jin Gang Ji's head. He said softly to Xuanzang, "Even now, you still want the Buddha to be merciful? Trash! Where is the Buddha? The Buddha is nothing. When you are in despair and pain, is there any use in praying to the Buddha? Instead of praying to the Buddha, it is better to pray to yourself. Praying to the Buddha is not as good as becoming a demon. All the tragedies are because you are powerless. Back then, as its second disciple, didn't I enter the reincarnation cycle just like that? Then, what about everything in the reincarnation cycle? It is the one tormenting you. Is there any use in cultivating Buddhism? If I didn't become a demon, I would have achieved enlightenment. If I didn't become a demon, I would have achieved enlightenment. What about you?" Sanzang said to Jin Gang Ji in disdain, "In the end, you are still a door guard. You still talk about saving all living beings from suffering, about being merciful. I can only see one word in all the scriptures. Power! Jean Gang, Ji's eyes widened in anger. The corners of his eyes cracked, and golden tears of blood seeped out of his eyes. He roared at Xuanzang, "Venerable Xuanzang, subdue your heart! Don't waste the efforts of the Bodhisattvas and the Buddha to enlighten you. This second heart is only formed by the external demon, stirring up the internal demon. If the internal demon is subdued, the external demon is just a facade. It is definitely not your match." Sanzang sneered, "Not his match. Humph. Then, Chen Xuanzang, even if you cultivate for another 1,000 years or even 10,000 years, will you be that monkey's match? So-called fate is just the strong manipulating the weak. Yesterday, you were powerless when Zhu Ganglai killed Miss Duan in the illusion. Today, you are still powerless when it comes to Miss Duan, whose vexation of Guanyin dissipated. I was born to prevent this kind of helplessness from ever happening again. I want the heavens to no longer be able to cover my eyes. I want the earth to no longer be able to bury my heart. I want all living beings to understand my will. I want all the Buddhas to disappear." Tang Sanzang pointed at the sky and roared furiously, "Tathagata, you say that I look down on the Buddhist Dharma. But what is your Buddhist Dharma? What right do you have to not be questioned? How can I, Golden Cicada, not have the right to question you? Today, I've established myself as a demon and destroyed your Buddhist Dharma. What can you do about it?" With the Monkey King's shattering palm and the afterglow of the sun's true flames, the originally clear blue sky glowed a fiery red. At that moment, the fiery red surged once again, becoming redder and redder. It was enchanting and suffused with the color of blood. The blood-red clouds surged, and the faint rumbling of thunder could be heard from the horizon. However, Sanzang was fearless. He laughed at the sky. As Zhu Ganglai listened, he suddenly noticed Sanzang's gaze turning towards him. He quickly waved his hand and said, "This has nothing to do with me. Master, this is something you've done yourself. I, your disciple, can only watch from the side." Wu Jing also nodded and said, "No matter who it is, they are both my masters." At this time, magician Zhuang Baifan, Hans, and the others exchanged glances and suddenly made a move. Magician was a reincarnator who pursued mysticism. Even Zhuang Baifan and the others only knew that magician's strengthening system was related to a profession called secret spell master. From the name, it seemed that magician was a master of magic. However, the reason why mystics were called mystics was because others would never be able to see through the shadows under their veil, whether they were disguised or real. Therefore, when magician slowly flipped his hands, magic runes appeared on his fingertips. Complicated geometric patterns connected the runes, and a strange magic formation that represented sealing and transformation appeared. Zhuang Baifan, Ma Ku, and the others cursed in unison, F***. It's actually the Marvel multiverse magic enhancement. Interesting little thing. Sanzang looked at Magician with interest. Magician flipped his right hand, and an ancient bronze mirror appeared in the center of the magic formation. Magician blocked the bronze mirror in front of him and shouted to the others, "Do it!" Zhuang Baifan stretched out both of his hands, and a magical mirror with black and white yin and yang fishes slid down from his sleeves. His right hand performed an incantation gesture, and the magical mirror was activated. Even Reverend Hans held up a Western-style big mirror with a silver frame, which was unusually luxurious. Ramukan, who had a head full of sweat and was extremely nervous, quickly mumbled an incantation. Suddenly, a beam of light shot out from the turban wrapped around his head. Magician looked at the floating mirrors and gritted his teeth. He pointed at Abe with his left hand, and a bronze mirror with the patterns of various mythical beasts was sucked into his hand. "Lend me your power," Magician roared. Zhuang Baifan and the others hesitated for a moment. Seeing that Sanzang had no intention of stopping him, they sighed inwardly and let go of the power controlling their magic mirrors. The 4 mirrors shot towards Magician like swallows returning to the forest. Magician's hands kept moving the magic formation, and it quickly split into 6 shield-sized magic formations made of different runes and geometric patterns. The 6 magic formations formed a hexagon and slowly rotated around Magician. Monkey King, who was watching from the side, noticed something. He smiled. This little guy is quite opportunistic. Zhu Ganglai moved to his side and asked, "What does the great sage have to say?" Wukong said, "The magic power that this little guy cultivates should be similar to cultivating the path of divinity. Just like that group of people who perform the great god dance, they all borrow the external power of gods and Buddhas. Most of the formations in his palm involve spatial coordinates and energy projection. Although I, old son, am not proficient in them, I still manage to figure out some ways. If he wants to cultivate this magic to a high level, he must have the cooperation of gods and Buddhas. The essence is to borrow their power. This person is quite clever. Some of the magic formations borrow external power from a wide range of sources. I can see a few that borrow the power of the sun, moon, and stars. There are also some that borrow the vital energy of the earth beneath their feet. It's a pity that he hasn't adjusted this formation before, and the deviation of the formation data is too great. The efficiency is a little low. This person probably doesn't have the ability to modify the formation data according to the specific situation here. So he set his sights on the tools used by people with higher cultivation. He found those divine weapons and used their power to lock onto some powerful grotto heavens. Idiot, what kind of artifact shape do you think is the most suitable to bear the power of a grotto heavens? Zhu Ganglai said, "A cauldron suppresses an area, and a mirror divides 2 worlds. Among the various artifact shapes, only the magic mirror has a world of its own." "That's right," Monkey King said. "Rather than a mirror, it's better to call it a well. In the many experimental records passed down by my master, there's such a mirror-making method. There's a strange ability to create a well of energy in the void. The theory behind it is just to connect 2 worlds and absorb the power of the grotto heavens." Zhu Ganglia's eyes shone with a strange light, and he said greedily, "Where did those people come from? They actually got their hands on so many good things. I, old pig, also came from the sky, but I don't have such wealth." Each of the 6 magic mirrors has a strange ability behind them, and they're all grotto heavens. Can my master withstand the power of those strange grotto heavens? Chapter 1007. The magician waved his left hand, and the 6 magic mirrors around him began to rotate until he chose one of them. It was the magic mirror of the witches in the fairy tale world, but it had been refined by immortal Hans using the way of cultivation. On the magician's right wrist, a light silver rune wheel appeared. It was translucent like glass. He pressed his right hand on the mirror that looked like a woman's dressing mirror. The rune wheel on his wrist rotated slowly. As the rune wheel rotated, the space around him distorted. Countless glass-like mirrors that distorted light appeared in this space. With Magician as the center, they distorted the space around him. As the glass-like texture slowly spread, the space around Emo Sanzang became more and more like a space filled with mirrors and crystals. The entire space seemed to be isolated from the real world. Magician said in a low voice, "Mirror, Minotaur Labyrinth." Magician was a little pleased with himself. As a fragile mage, Dr. Strange had always been infatuated with hot-blooded, close combat, fighting to his heart's content with his fists. He would fight head-on against mages and legendary warriors like Thanos. He believed that fists were the true romance of mages. But Magician knew very well that he didn't have the main character's aura, so he wouldn't have the true luck of having a 50% chance of winning. Many battles had shown that when encountering the lunatics of the spatial martial Tao, a mage would always have to hide, keep a distance, and find cover. Only a mage that couldn't be hit was an invincible mage. Otherwise, even a legend wouldn't be able to defend against a stab in the back. Thus, he focused on learning the D&D spell system and combined it with the spells of the Paragon sorcerers. In the end, he found inspiration from the space spells that sorcerers usually use to open up a battlefield and avoid damage to the real world. He developed the Mirror Labyrinth spell, which could create a spatial labyrinth around him. Generally speaking, the area covered by a space maze was only 10 meters in the real world. However, in a 10-meter space maze, there were countless inverted spatial structures. Sometimes, an inch of distance could be as long as several kilometers. Sometimes there were up, down, left, right, and inside and outside reverse spaces. This chaotic and complicated space could render almost any long-range attack ineffective. At the same time, there were 81 teleportation portals in the maze. The magician could banish anyone within 30 feet of him at will. He could also attack from any direction through the teleportation mirror. This was almost the absolute domain of a magician. Ever since this spell was developed, a magician's strongest state was when they were within 30 feet of him. However, magician wasn't satisfied with just this. He attempted to expand the range of his labyrinth spell in the real world. He wanted to make it so that not only was the mirror-like distorted space that cut off light, but the spirit world, shadow world, and other planes that were in the same place as the real world would also be distorted. It even affected time, causing space-time to distort and distort in the maze. However, the power required for such a spell was far from what a magician could provide. Finally, after investigation, it was found that the magic mirror refined by spiritual master Hans had the special essence to realize this spell. In the magic mirror, there was a mirror plane that was completely opposite to the real world. With the power of the mirror plane, magician could switch the space in the mirror maze with the mirror plane at will. He could banish the enemy's attack, part of their body, or even their entire body into the magic mirror. He could use this space switch to make the enemy's weapon always be thousands of kilometers away from him, but he would not be affected. He could achieve another level of, I can hit you, but you can't hit me. This perfectly reflected the most rogue side of a magician. After developing the labyrinth spell, magician was promoted from a mage to a mage who could beat losers. After realizing the mirror minotaur labyrinth, magician was finally promoted from a mage to a legendary cheat. The power of the magic mirror lies in reality and illusion. Spiritual master Hans's expression was a little solemn. At this time, he was quite sure that he, Zhuang Baifeng, and the others did not come to this world by chance. It was definitely the result of magician's plan, and magician definitely wanted to kill him. Or rather, he wanted to kill everyone. Perhaps each mirror represented a magic that the magician could not complete. If he could get all the mirrors, he might be able to use these mirrors to communicate with the plane and achieve a breakthrough from a secret master to a pung lock, ignite the tinder, and break through the fourth gate of God. At this time, Zhuang Baifeng no longer regarded the plot characters as his greatest enemy. Instead, he placed magician first. Monkey King only curled his lips in disdain. Magician was just a cheat, but Monkey King had long been a scientist who created cheats. Since ancient times, scientists had created cheats. No matter how strong a cheat was, it would wither in the face of a new version. Only a scientist who could continuously create cheats could touch the root of the power of the game. It's just a space labyrinth. I can shatter it with one punch. Monkey King calculated in his mind. Even if Magician's Maze was developed to its maximum, he only needed to raise the gravity to the level of a white dwarf. He didn't even need to use the power of a black hole to shatter it. Under such powerful gravity, any space-time spell would only be able to fold a piece of white paper. Even if Magician was like an origami warrior, it would be useless against a road roller. Senzong stood in the space labyrinth, his hand gently reaching out from a glass mirror beside him. He chuckled softly. Interesting. At this time, Magician's expression was somewhat solemn. He discovered that no matter how he activated the magic mirror, he could not control the space within 1 meter of Sanzong. This made it difficult for him to open a spatial door right next to Sanzang's head or use a forbidden spell right next to his face. He couldn't even move a part of San Zhang's body into the mirror or stuff a small nuclear bomb into his abdomen. Mirror, 6 consciousness destruction spell. The magician pressed his left hand against the true sutra mirror. The faint golden runic will spun slowly on his left wrist. Zong suddenly felt his eyes itch. He calmly reached out and scratched them. Then he opened his eyelids. A row of blunt teeth suddenly bit down behind his eyelids. A monster swallowed Sanzang's eyeball from his left eye. Like a worm, its mouth filled with blunt teeth occupied the monster's entire face. It swallowed Sanzang's eyeball. At the same time, different monsters appeared from Sanzang's various organs. However, Sanzang's expression did not change. He continued, smiling calmly. At this moment, something that looked like insect limbs or octopus tentacles extended out of Zhang's eyes, throat, tongue, ears, and nostrils. A hand extended out of his stomach. Under his skin, the hair in his blood vessels spread out. His feet began to fester. Fingers wriggled in the rotten flesh. However, Sanzong began to laugh. When he opened his mouth, his tongue had already disappeared. Instead, there were 8 spider-like compound eyes that shone with green light at his throat. At this moment, a snake-like strip of flesh suddenly extended from Sanzang's throat and devoured the monster that had eaten Sanzang's tongue. The sticky strip of flesh replaced the tongue and helped Sanzong speak. "Why are you pretending to be a monster in front of me?" The limbs and tentacles at his ears and nostrils suddenly struggled violently, but in the end they were dragged into his ears and nostrils in despair. Sanzang's facial organs produced the sound of his cuticles being crushed and fluids gushing out. His blood vessels suddenly wriggled like worms. They grabbed the spreading hair and tore it apart inch by inch. Countless tentacle-like flesh sprouted from the festering flesh on his legs. They wrapped around the fingers and dragged them into his body. His eyeball suddenly opened its mouth and tore out from the flesh worm monster's abdomen. One of them stood on Sanzang's head, while the other stood on the bridge of his nose. They looked at Magician. Every part of Emo Sanzang's body laughed at the same time. There were all sorts of voices of men, women, and children. "You don't understand my existence." Xianzong looked at Sanzong, who was becoming more and more bizarre. He only closed his eyes indifferently and told himself, "That's not me. That's not me. That's not me." Sanzang's eyeball suddenly jumped off the bridge of his nose and hovered before his chest. He opened his mouth full of sharp teeth and said, "I don't need anything else. I can kill you with just one eyeball." Ha ha ha. The pupil in the middle of the eyeball clearly reflected Sanzang's figure as he laughed maniacally. He said to Magician, "Have you seen this symbol before?" As he spoke, the blood vessels in the whites of his eyes suddenly spread out and formed the image of a reverse talisman. Then, in Magician's widened eyes, in the reflection of his pupil, the world turned into a pool of flesh and blood. Countless squirming, trembling flesh and blood formed from countless blood vessels, fat and muscles. Countless huge hands made of flesh and blood suddenly reached out of the entire world of flesh and blood. Then Zhuang Baifin and the others saw Sanzang's figure suddenly strike out from the pupil of the eyeball hovering before Emo Sanzang's chest. Countless twisting tentacles shot out from Magician's pupil, intertwining to form a huge, muscular hand. It burrowed out from Magician's eye, grabbed Magician, and dragged him into his pupil. Then the Magician in the space-time labyrinth disappeared without a trace. Zhuang Baifin heard a cracking sound in his ears. He knew that it was the sound of his teeth chattering and hitting against his gums. On the other side, Hans was as cowardly as a dog. Mark raised his hands and shouted in standard Chinese, "I surrender, I admit defeat. Boss, please give me a chance." Emo Sanzang slowly pushed his eyeball back into his own eye socket. His entire body returned to its original delicate and quiet appearance. But the reincarnators would never forget what kind of crazy state this thin and elegant body was. The Monkey King slowly clapped his hands and said, as expected of the King of Fiends, "Such a refreshing style. I, old son, am willing to give up my title of the King of Fiends for 500 years to you. In the future, you will be the King of Fiends, Qin Xuanzang." Xuanzang hugged his head and denied, "That's not me, that's not me. I'm a normal person. Buddha's palm isn't like that." Mo Sanzang said, "This is just a small trick that I've comprehended. It's derived from Buddha's palm and can be called reversed Buddha's palm. That is the first form of reversed Buddha's palm. All things are equal. If all things are equal, then I want to be more equal than him. I want all things to be equal and give life to all things. This way, life will not be more noble than non-life. All things must be equal. Rocks must be equal to humans. Plants must be equal to animals. Therefore, all things must be able to prey on each other and compete with each other. Once all things are equal, the world will be united and all things will be equal. Equal life, equal death. My eyes are equal to me. My cells are equal to me. The bugs on my body are equal to me." And he actually wants to enslave those beings that are equal to him. Therefore, everything in this world will oppose him. Even his own body will oppose him. Unfortunately, I haven't comprehended the equality of souls. Otherwise, I would definitely be able to give souls to all things. Ugh. Xuanzang grabbed Jin Gangji's arm and vomited on the ground. However, nothing came out. Jin Gangji said with a trembling voice, "Mo, demon. Demon my ass. Demon." Sanzang looked back at him impatiently. "Hypocrite who oppresses cells and slaughters lives." With that, Jin Gangji's cells turned into tentacle monsters that devoured each other. They swallowed him, and then his flesh and blood turned into bugs. Sanzang said, "My realm is much higher than Buddha's. Who dares to say that they don't kill? Before Buddha becomes a Buddha, they also kill. They kill the bugs in their bodies, the viruses and bacteria that invade their bodies, and they trample the ants under their feet. I'm the only one who never kills. I only break down an entire body that oppresses other lives into countless free and equal lives. I won't harm a single cell. Of course, I can't stop them from harming each other. As for the bacteria and viruses that want to join me, I will always accept and accommodate them. I will never harm them. I will let them join me and become a part of me." Sanzang turned around and said to the reincarnators, "You think I killed them because you don't have the consciousness that all lives are equal. You think they were killed by me as a whole. You didn't expect that as a whole. They were formed from countless individuals. Their consciousness dominates and distorts those individuals. That's not equal. That's why I brought the concept of equality to those individuals. What you saw as a whole disappeared. However, the thousands of individuals flourished even more. That's why I didn't kill anyone. It was the free choice of the individuals that formed him." In the end, Sanzang concluded, "I don't care about the state of the whole. I only care about the dignity of each individual, their equality, freedom, and survival. True life is the basic individual of free life. They gather together as equals and form a single existence through democratic unity. You are all shameless existences that oppress and enslave individuals. That's why you aren't true life," Sanzang said. "All life is equal and all things are equal. There's no place for hypocritical life forms like you. The first stance of my reversed relay palm is to create a world where all things are equal. I want to create a world where all lifeless existences become alive and all living beings are equal." Monkey King listened to Sanzang's speech with great interest. He nodded and savored it. Suddenly, he felt a weight on his leg. He looked down and saw Xianzang grabbing his leg. He said with difficulty, "Kill him. Great sage, help me kill him." "Mr. Qin." Monkey King sighed. "I'm a peaceful and kind little monkey. How can you make me kill someone? He's not human." Xianzong said with difficulty. Great sage, I've wronged you. You're not a demon. He is. Kill him. I can't let him continue existing. Monkey King squatted down and looked at Xianzong. I can't. My master is very curious about your current state. He told me to focus on studying you and not destroy such a precious specimen. Mr. Qin, your current state is very. Monkey King gestured at him and said, very rare. Monkey King said, how about this? You give me this specimen and I'll bring it to other worlds. How about that? Xuanzang stared at him. Wukong sighed and said, why don't you come with me? What the two of them neglected was Sanzang excitedly reaching out his claws to the reincarnators. He smiled at Zhuang Baifan and the others. All of you are calling for equality. Do you hear that? They're calling for me to become one. Become one with me. Sanzang laughed maniacally. His powerful mind pollution almost drove the reincarnators crazy. Ma wailed as he was swallowed by Sanzang. Hans cried. I knew it. The world of myths and legends is so scary. He wanted to summon heavenly fire and burn himself to ashes. Zhuang Baifan, frantically, called the god of creation. I'll accept my punishment. God, send me out of here. Mommy! At this time, Monkey King heard Qin Ang's cold snort. The fated ones are almost all dead. What are you waiting for? Quickly store the specimen. Then follow the fated one to the place I've prepared for you. The experimental conditions there are better. It's more than enough for you to complete the task I've given you. Monkey King was shocked. Master, is Chun Xuanzang not the fated one? He's the master of that victorious fighting Buddha. Chen Ong said. I said the fated one will bring fruits to you, but who said it has to be Chen Xuanzang? Those few idiots are the fated ones. Quickly, don't let them all die. It's very troublesome to trick them. Then Chen Xuanzang? Monkey King was bewildered. Chenong said, I gave you an assignment, but I didn't expect it. You can create such a strange Tang Trizong. It's completely different from the muscular demon monk, Iron Fist Grandmaster, Karmic Fire Devil Buddha, and so on. With such an interesting experimental specimen, even I am a little tempted. I know you still have some feelings for Chen Xuanzang. How about this? Quickly bring them and the fated one to the other side. You can act as a control group. When the time comes, you can help Chen Xuanzang become stronger, then go and destroy Mo Sanzang. It's not a bad idea to do a practical test. I want to see how far they can go with their love-hate relationship. After saying that, a test tube was thrown out from the void. Goku had no choice but to shatter Mo Sanzang with a punch and stuff the remaining sample into the test tube. He carried the dumbfounded Chen Xuanzang and ran to the dying Zhuang Baifan. He said nervously, Fated person? Fated one, don't die. Chapter 1008. Thanos. A voice sounded in Thanos' mind, like the whispers of countless people overlapping. That voice said, quietly, Thanos, the universe has lost its balance. A terrible disaster is coming. Only you can save the entire universe. Slayer Tyrant felt that he had suddenly appeared in the void of the universe. Around him were countless wreckage and ruins, quietly floating in the dark universe. In the distance, there were 3 slowly rotating cantilevers of the Milky Way star. The beautiful Milky Way galaxy was shining several times brighter than usual. Amidst the radiance, countless majestic angels with blurry faces were formed from the convergence of endless radiance, hovering in the void. Behind them were innumerable stars that had cooled and combusted, and those angels were slaughtering. They had erased the habitable planets on the surface and were fighting against some magnificent battleships. There were also some relatively insignificant humans. Thanos had some impression of them. They were a mysterious force that had recently appeared in the Milky Way galaxy. They called themselves the Human Revolutionary Alliance and had a fierce conflict with the armies and races under Thanos' command. The huge battleships obviously had 3 different styles. However, those human warriors who were currently fighting against the Angel Legion could no longer be called humans. They were in fact surrounded by countless spatial bubbles that flickered with a faint light. Within these spatial bubbles, there was a powerful energy and substance that even Thanos would tremble in fear. These spatial bubbles were constantly exploding and forming again and again. Every time they bloomed, they caused harm to those angels. Every warrior here had the power to move Thanos. He even felt fear, because every existence here, or rather, every existence that was still alive and fighting, could easily erase him from the universe. And this was just an insignificant battlefield in the Milky Way galaxy. The Milky Way galaxy was just an insignificant galaxy in the universe. Under the control of that inexplicable voice, Thanos saw countless galaxies outside the Milky Way galaxy. There, many galaxies had been extinguished. Some had been burned out by the huge heat of chaos, and some had fallen into a cold, deathly stillness. Among the thousands of galaxies, there were only a few that still had light and life. Thanos saw countless planets and races disappear. He saw the destruction of thousands of galaxies. He saw the endless wreckage in the darkness of the universe. He saw that in those destroyed galaxies, there were thousands of existences that surpassed the angels. They destroyed everything with a wave of their hands. Countless quantum information gathered to form a huge consciousness. It was a concept of death that enveloped several galaxies after the death of a living being. In the ashes of the universe's destruction, the civilizations that were still resisting, he saw the heroes that fought to the end. Sunspots, Ombrin, Black Bat, Gonada, and even the planet devourer of that universe. The race that maintained the balance of the universe was a group of crystal-like minds. Their collective consciousness became the planet devourer of this universe. However, these were the only survivors of civilization after the destruction of the previous era. They had the mission to maintain the balance of the universe and were the gods of the universe's immune system. Yet, all that was left was a huge wreckage. Thanos was drowned by the sadness and fear brought about by this terrifying truth. He found it hard to look at the tragic war that had spread across the entire universe, the plague of destruction, the vast death, and the famine that was the remnants of civilization. Countless civilizations were about to die, leaving behind only their corpses that would be thrown into the boundless darkness. The voice replied, "This is not the tragedy of a single universe, but the destruction of the entire multiverse. You think that this is the end. No, this is the beginning. The war had already begun long before the timeline you could imagine. An unparalleled darkness is invading the multiverse. To fight against it, all the great beings in the universe, the tribunal of life, the heart of the universe, the transcending gods, the observer, the celestial group, and the goddess of vengeance had offered their power to the only 5 gods that could protect the multiverse: eternity, infinity, death, oblivion, and the convergence of countless civilizations after the destruction of countless universes. The planet devourer. They are the multiverse itself. Only they could stop the invasion and destruction of that darkness. After the destruction of each universe, the power of the 5 gods of that universe would be dispersed to the 5 gods of other universes. It is by relying on this line of defense that we could struggle to survive in the tides of destruction of other universes. This is the great law of balance of the multiverse. Once the balance is broken, the universe will usher in its end, just like what you see. The history of the destroyed universe reappeared before Thanos' eyes. Images of countless wars and destruction flashed before his eyes. Such a tragic destruction caused Thanos to wail in pain. The balance of your universe is being broken. You must stop this situation from continuing. Thanos, the fate of the universe is in your hands. Only you can save this universe. Organize this unimaginable invasion of darkness. The voice finally sounded tired. Thanos raised his head and wailed, "Who are you? Why did you choose me?" The shadow of the voice finally appeared. He looked at Thanos silently. Thanos opened his eyes wide in disbelief. The voice said, "I won't lie to you, Thanos, because I am you." The figure with purple skin and scars from the tragic war side. He was countless times stronger than Thanos. Thanos was silent for a long time before he stood up in the dark void. "What do you want me to do? Only you can feel the balance." "Thanos, the 5 gods each have their own opponents. Among them the goddess of death." A hint of gentleness appeared in the eyes of Thanos. "Her opponent is an existence that is also known as death. For the sake of distinction, we can call it the Death Knight. The 4 horsemen of the apocalypse." Thanos said the name that was engraved in his heart. The 4 horsemen of the apocalypse that destroyed the Titan civilization. However, the 4 horsemen of the apocalypse of this universe are still in balance with the 5 gods. What you have seen is just a small part of their insignificant power. In your universe, the terrifying balance between the goddess of death and the Death Knight is getting out of control. She is gradually unable to fight against that darkness. The goddess of death represents the concept of death in the entire universe. However, her authority is being stripped away. In the war with the Death Knight, she gradually lost her power. In my universe, she finally lost. When she lost most of her power and fell beside me, I became her warrior to welcome that tragic and indescribable war. In the end, she died in my arms. I inherited some of her remaining power, but my power is insignificant to the usurpation of the concept of death in the entire universe. There is only one thing. In the end, the goddess of death told me the secret of how the Death Knight defeated her. "Thanos, my universe can no longer be saved. I only hope that you can bear the hope of your universe." Slayer Tyrant clenched his fists. He closed his eyes, and the scene of another universe being destroyed repeated itself in his heart. A tear silently slid down. Slayer Tyrant opened his eyes and looked at his hands. "I won't let this happen again. I will protect everything, even if I have to pay an unimaginable price. Tell me how to stop the balance from getting out of control." That Thanos looked deeply at his parallel universe self and said, "The power of the goddess of death comes from the death of this universe. In the long history of the universe, all life, without exception, will usher in the end. This kind of end represents the power of the goddess of death. Therefore, in theory, no one should be able to defeat her, because all the immortal beings in the universe, in order to resist the darkness, have given up eternal life and promised to die. However, the existence of the Death Knight is very unique. It was once the death of a civilization, the entangled form of the consciousness of countless lives after death. In the beginning, it was just a lowly existence, but under the nurture of that darkness, its power grew at a speed that we can't imagine. Before the goddess of death failed, she finally understood a part of its existence. The end of a life is death. This is the power of the goddess of death. But when it still exists, it has infinite possibilities, including infinite possibilities of death. Therefore, the power of death of life is not the most powerful at the moment of its death. But when it still has infinite possibilities, that is the superposition of infinite possibilities of death. That is the unknown death. The known death is far more powerful than the unknown death. With the advent of war, it is true that the existence of life has been eliminated, but this infinite possibility of death has also suddenly expanded. The unknown death has become unprecedentedly powerful, and this is part of the power of the Death Knight. As life becomes more and more prosperous, war and civilization continue to develop, the unknown death will become more and more powerful, until death itself is destroyed. This is the whole reason why the Death Knight seized the authority of the goddess of death. Therefore, if you want to maintain the balance, you must eliminate the unknown possibility of death in life. You must collapse the superposition of their infinite possibilities of death into a single reality. In other words, bring death to them. "How many lives do I have to kill?" Thanos said in pain. the unknown death against the known death. Although the death of life itself can bring the power of the goddess of death, that is insignificant compared to the power of death that has been constantly ending since the birth of the universe. So, countless concepts, data, and knowledge about death flowed into Thanos' mind. In an instant, Thanos received the knowledge transmitted by him from another universe and became unprecedentedly powerful. However, he also felt unprecedented pain. Such close contact with death brought him unimaginable damage. Thanos could sense the death of all living things. Now that he opened his eyes, he could see the death of all living things. He could kill all existences, but this experience brought him endless pain, because life should not know death. It's actually half. Thanos collapsed. I want to kill half of the lives in the universe with my own hands. Why? In the other universe, the purple skin of the Slayer tyrant had already turned gray. At the moment when he was about to die, he showed an unprecedented look of despair. He looked back at himself one last time and said, "Remember, your goal is not to serve the goddess of death. Your only task is to maintain the balance. Not only the balance between the goddess of death and the Death Knight, but also the balance between the Death Knight and the goddess of death. Because once the goddess of death loses her balance, her instincts will make her destroy all life in the universe. If death is too powerful, life will no longer exist." After saying that, the other universe's Thanos fell into death. Thanos was still shocked and pained by the death of all living things that he had seen. He opened his eyes and saw a galaxy of prosperity and life growing, as well as the essence of death. He sat on the throne-like flying device, silently watching everything. He had never loved this universe and these living things more than ever before, but he had no choice but to destroy everything he loved with his own hands. In order to save the universe, Thanos decided to become a butcher. Destroying half of the lives in the universe, Wu-Muhu suddenly felt an incomparably heavy and oppressive feeling in his heart. He knew that in this vicinity, only Slayer Tyrant could give him such a heavy and almost unbearable pressure. He hurriedly came before Slayer Tyrant and knelt down. "Father, why are you so sorrowful?" Thanos found it hard to speak. Wu-Muhu raised his head to look, but in Slayer Tyrant's eyes he saw an unspeakable death. He could barely breathe, and his life was about to leave him. Just as Wu-Muhu was about to die, Slayer Tyrant closed his eyes and said in a low voice, "Wu-Muhu, let me be alone for a while." Wu-Muhu wisely retreated and cleared the starry sky where Thanos was. Chapter 1009. Thanos' army, which almost ruled the Milky Way, was gathered. In fact, it wasn't easy. Although Thanos' forces were huge, their rulers were the 5 adopted sons of Thanos, who were known as the 5 Generals of Black Radiance. They were Wu-Muhu, Deathblade, Alpha Nebula, Supergiant, and Black Dwarf. But to rule such a huge star field, they needed to suppress endless resistance. And since a few years ago, the Karita Star, a warring race that followed Thanos, tried to invade Earth. In the end, the power of the Tesseract connected to a terrifying universe. Then, the invaders who destroyed Karita Star were constantly challenging the order of the universe built by Thanos. Thanos' army fought back, or rather retreated. Thinking of this, Wu-Muhu couldn't help but touch the right side of his face. There was a scar that almost tore his skull apart. That was a souvenir left to him by a very powerful Black Star trooper whose body had been modified. In that battle, if he hadn't run fast enough, the terrifying man known as the Commissar would have killed him. To this day, he thought of those terrifying warriors. Those Black Star troopers gathered under a group called the Soviets. On the front lines of war, those Black Star troopers often took on commando missions, cooperating with the other 2 terrifying armies with different styles. This was because the European community was generally responsible for space, fleet battles, and protection missions. The Republic was responsible for targeted elimination and planetary defense operations. Therefore, Wu Muhu hadn't directly come into contact with the warriors of the other two forces. Just the Soviet Black Star troopers alone gave all the 5 generals of Black Radiance a nightmarish feeling, because the Soviet Black Star troopers took on commando and planetary landing missions. There were 3 main methods of combat. The most common and most efficient method was called orbital assault. This method was called death from the sky by Thanos' army that was lucky enough to survive, accompanied by violent orbital positron bombardment, high-energy lasers, nuclear missiles, and vacuum implosion bombs. The Black Star troopers carried amphibious mecha or landed directly in landing pods, using overwhelming violence to destroy the enemy's command center. The almost fatal wound on Wu Muhu's face was left by the Soviet Commissar during an orbital assault. If the conditions allowed it, the European Union's battleships would gain an advantage in close combat, or they would gain access to the Chinese space system's resources. Then the Black Star troopers would become the enemy's nightmare. The terror robots would rush in like a tidal wave, and the Black Star troopers would use armored assault tactics, with the powerful heavy degenerate mechs and other light mechs as the spearhead of the assault, with floating cannons and assault ships providing cover on both sides. They would open up a gap in the enemy's defense line in one fell swoop, and then carry out a centripetal assault to attack the enemy's central vital point. As for the specific situation, Wu Muhu didn't have enough information to make a judgment because all the enemies had been killed. After the Black Star troopers, Black Star troopers, Army and Black Dragon's dragon troopers, you God, and you had long ago Black Air's way. After experiencing a series of battles with the Human Revolutionary Alliance, Wu Muhu's budding ambition was quietly hidden. He had no choice but to rely more on his adoptive father, because he found that after leaving Thanos, there were too many dangers in the universe. There were too many terrifying races and civilizations that were insanely powerful in war, especially the 3 members of the UPA. The leader of the 5 Obsidian generals, General Deathblade, waited impatiently for Thanos to summon him. Wu Muhu understood his restlessness because the blade that contained his soul had been broken by the Republic of Black Star troopers in a previous defeat. This had almost killed Deathblade. If it wasn't for Thanos reforging his blade and reviving him, the 5 Obsidian generals would have become the 4 Obsidian generals. After such a painful defeat, Deathblade had fallen into the fear that Thanos might think he was useless. In Thanos' logic, an incompetent subordinate had no value at all. The remaining 3 were Proxima Nocturne, Supergiant, and Black Dwarf. In fact, Yumu Ho was surprised that the 5 Obsidian generals were still alive. Although this might have something to do with the fact that the son of the Thanatos army had become fearful of the enemy after their initial defeat, they would collapse at the slightest touch. After all, a war maniac like Soviets, who would burn glass on a planet or purge an entire planet, was too terrifying. But the fact that they were still alive was enough to prove that they all had some skills. After receiving Thanos' signal, the 5 Obsidian generals walked into the command center of the huge battleship. Thanos was still sitting on the throne, leaning tiredly against the throne and closing his eyes. When Thanos sensed them kneeling before his throne, he didn't open his eyes. After all, he might accidentally kill them. Although they were trash, they were the only ones he could use. In the recent war, your performance simply failed to live up to my expectations of you, and failed to live up to the name of the son of Thanos. I really want to send you all back to the furnace to be reforged. Thanos' calm voice didn't contain any anger, but his words still made the 5 Obsidian generals tremble. After all, when Thanos said to be sent back to the furnace to be reforged, it might be literal. After all, their other sister, Nebula, was still fresh in their minds after disappointing Thanos. Unfortunately, I have more important things that I need you all to do now. If you still fail this time, I won't give you a second chance. Thanos said calmly. After seeing the Revolutionary Alliance in the parallel universe, he didn't have any more expectations for his incompetent subordinates. After all, that was a great civilization that could resist the darkness until the universe was almost destroyed. Wumuhu and the rest of the 5 obsidian generals lowered their heads in fear, expressing their allegiance to their master. Thanos opened his right hand, and a beautiful illusion of the universe appeared on his palm. 6 colors, red, purple, yellow, orange, blue, and green, were gorgeous and colorful, intersecting with each other and finally converging into 6 strangely shaped primordial stones. Thanos said softly, "In the Big Bang, 6 aberrations were left behind. They retained the strangest matter in the universe, and they were called primordial stones. Later, the primordial stones were developed into weapons and polished into infinity stones. Then those inconspicuous mortals, afraid of the power of the infinity stones, built different shells for them, turning them into their weapons. Now I know the secret of the 6 infinity stones, and I want to use them to complete a great mission, to destroy the extra half of life in the universe in order to maintain the terrifying balance in the dark, to avoid the imbalance between the unknown death and the known death," Thanos said lightly. "Compared to the great cause of saving the universe, your previous failures are insignificant. But you must be clear, there won't be a second chance. I see 6 primordial stones. They are gathered on the same planet. But that planet is very tricky. It is under the protection of Asgard, and it was once a forbidden place for the 4 horsemen of the apocalypse. It hides many terrible secrets. I have a hunch that this mission may be very tricky," Thanos said calmly. "But the survival of the universe is not just a matter of me alone, so I need help." Thanos said coldly, "In those universes, I will personally persuade the really smart people to help me. But those ignorant ants need you to help them recognize reality. Wumuhu, this time they need your wisdom." Wumuhu bowed deeply and said, "Father, it is my honor to be able to serve you." Slayer Tyrant opened his eyes, his ash-gray pupils staring at Ebony Throat. That suffocating terror once again appeared on Ebony Throat's body. He stood stiffly in front of Slayer Tyrant, no longer able to breathe. The shadow of death had clearly descended upon his consciousness. In his telepathy, countless indescribable knowledge had almost drowned him. After a few breaths of time, Thanos closed his eyes. Wumuhu collapsed to the ground, feeling extreme pain for the terrible knowledge in his mind. And this was only the most insignificant part of the pain that Thanos had suffered. Thanos had only allowed him to glimpse a corner of the terrifying balance of known death and unknown death. In Wumuhu's eyes, the points and lines of death of all things had already appeared. Go find those people and races who are unwilling to die with the universe. They will be on our side. Thanos said slowly. Wumuhu trembled all over and said in fear, "As you wish, my master." Thanos tapped his fingers lightly and followed the power of death to the ruins of a planet. The wreckage of life and the ruins of civilization made this once prosperous planet so deathly still. Thanos looked at all this, as if he had returned to the day when the Titans were destroyed. At this time, an unimaginable will quietly awakened. He looked at Thanos and said, "Thanos, son of the Titans, why have you come to see me? I see the power of death in you. Could it be that you have already thrown yourself into death? Planet Devourer, great God." Thanos spread his arms and said, "You should have already felt that the crisis of the universe is approaching. The balance is about to be broken, and the fate of the universe is close at hand." Swallowing Star thought quietly for a long time before saying, "But I have my mission, Thanos. I am equally important as death. I must maintain my own existence so that the matter of the universe can be in balance. For this, I have to cherish my own power. I can't help you, Thanos. I know. After all, the balance of death is very important. The Devourer and the balance of war are equally important." Thanos said, "I understand why you want to destroy those planets with life, because your responsibility is far more important than the destruction of a mere planet. I understand you. I understand you better than anyone else, Planet Devourer, because I have to make a decision like you. Swallowing Star fell silent. After a long time, he sighed and said, I will let Tyrant, Flame Emperor, and Silver Shadow help you. Stardust needs to be by my side. After all, this universe is not far from darkness. Chapter 1010. Thanos. Ares was not surprised. Instead, he calmly looked at the newcomer and said, You are not admiring the failure of your son of Thanos' army from your throne. How dare you come to Mount Olympus? Thanos smiled and said, In this magnificent palace, Olympus has everything that mortals want. Ares, as a god, why are you so dissatisfied? Zeus had no choice but to ground you in this splendid palace. What exactly is it that makes everything here so unattractive to you that you would rather hang out with mortals? Ares sneered. Thanos, you didn't come here just to tell me this, did you? Thanos said, I'm just pointing out a fact. War. Ares, you are longing for war and killing. You are a god of war. But Zeus grounded you in this boring place. You should belong on the battlefield, like Thor of Asgard. Thor! Ares' face was gloomy. He said with jealousy, Odin favors him so much, and my father will only trap me here. Thanos sighed. I brought you war. Zeus will never allow me. Ares stood up angrily. Thanos interrupted him. My coming here has already shown Zeus's attitude. You know, without his tacit approval, I can't be here. This time, my target is the Midgard of the Nine Worlds, Midgard. Ares, you are free. Ares smiled. He looked at Thanos, revealing his sharp teeth. Has our king gone mad? He has always forbidden me from provoking those false gods of Asgard. That lecherous old man is afraid of that crazy woman Hela. Ares recalled the past and sighed. The Nine Worlds, that was our homeland. Back then, your Titan race was the most powerful. Olympus, Vanir, Nine Pillars, and Asgard ruled the solar system together with humans, elves, dwarves, and giants. At that time, the Nine Worlds were called the Nine Worlds, and the Titans were the well-deserved rulers of the Nine Worlds. However, when the Titans were at their strongest, the apocalypse destroyed everything. Only you, the last Titan, were left to hide in the universe, not daring to take a single step into the Nine Worlds. Then, under the leadership of that crazy woman, Odin and Hela, the Asgard gods expelled the Dark Elves, suppressed the elves and dwarves, and started a war with the giants. At the same time, they exiled us and the Nine-Pillar gods and merged with the Vanir gods to become the Asgardians. From then on, Odin became the ruler of the Nine Worlds, replacing the divine authority of the Titans. It's a pity that I wasn't born in that era. Ares licked his lips and said excitedly. Thanos smiled and said, but when Asgard's theocracy declined, Olympus had quietly grown stronger. When Odin started the war, Olympus was still the king of gods, the king of the sea and the king of Hades. Among the new 12 gods, only Apollo was still young. But now, with you, Athena, even Hercules, Olympus is full of talent. Odin, on the other hand, was already old, and Thor couldn't handle it alone. At that time, Hela, the goddess of death, was feared by Odin and imprisoned in Asgard. Asgard's theocracy has long been unstable. Ares raised his battle axe and revealed a bloody and ferocious smile. Then, as you wish, I will join this war. But Thanos, the condition is that you help me challenge Asgard's theocracy. Thanos said calmly, I will, and I have good news for you. Hela, who is imprisoned by Odin, may not be willing to be lonely. Perhaps the twilight of the gods of Asgard in the prophecy is coming. Asgard has long been destined to be my enemy. Thanos smiled cruelly. Your help may not be enough. I still have to convince a few helpers. Ares said disdainfully, Odin is old. Only Thor is left. Are you looking down on my strength? Thor can't be underestimated, and the Midgardians also have some extraordinary people. What's more, the Nine Worlds still have something like the Apocalypse. It's not that simple to get the 6 Infinity Stones that have fallen in the Nine Worlds and launch a war that will sweep the universe, Thanos said. Pick him up. Who are you going to find? Ares walked out of the temple of the gods of war and laughed presumptuously when he found that Zeus really didn't stop him. Thanos calmly popped out a name, Mephisto. That old demon full of sulfur? Ares said contemptuously. He's a schemer who only knows how to plot behind the scenes. Mephisto, as the contractor between demons and mages, was a demon that lured humans to fall. He was famous for many of his works, all of which lured the souls of fallen humans. Among them, the most famous was the contractor known as Ghost Rider. He used to be the god of mages, and in the world of mages, the European magic world, represented by the London Sanctum, had long relied on the power of the contract, until the supreme mage Ancient One formed a trinity of Argonaut, Hogos, and Ohit called Wilshendi, and established a new magic system. The European mages, who no longer had to sell their souls, quickly abandoned Mephisto. This was also one of the few times this great demon failed in the human world, so it desired the soul of the Ancient One. When Mephisto appeared in front of Thanos, it was not a terrifying demon, but a middle-aged man with a thin body, a slightly hunched back, and a hooked nose, with a mocking smile on his face. "I know you're trying to maintain the great balance," Mephisto praised. "You're a sacrifice, Thanos. But I won't help you for nothing." Mephisto pondered for a moment. "I want the soul of the Ancient One." Thanos did not hesitate to betray this powerful mage he had heard of. He said readily, "No problem, as long as the eye of Argonaut falls into my hand smoothly. Your wish will be fulfilled. I will lend you a hand when the time is right." Mephisto was cynical and tempting, but he did not lose his calm, deep and harmonious wit. At least when Thanos was exchanging terms with him, it was very easy. Demons were always like this. Before signing a contract, they could always make you calm and relaxed, but when it came to executing the contract, it was another matter. As Mephisto said himself, "I am the spirit of eternal negation. Everything, as long as it is born, will naturally be destroyed, so it is better for nothing to happen. You call this destruction and crime. To put it simply, it's evil. This is my intrinsic nature." There were not many people Thanos wanted to contact next. After obtaining the promise of the Lord of Chaos and the King of Order, he opened a passage to the Dark Plane, where he met his third ally, Dormammu. Dormammu, who was greedy for the earth, did not hesitate to agree to Thanos' request to form an alliance. With the tacit approval of Zeus, the Olympian king, Ares, Mephisto, Dormammu, and the help of the three emissaries under Swallower Star, a destructive alliance against the Nine Worlds was formally formed. They each had their own interests. Olympus wanted to recapture the divine authority of the Nine Worlds, Swallower Star, and Thanos wanted to maintain the balance. Dormammu wanted to get the Earth, and Mephisto wanted to maintain the balance in the underworld, and at the same time get the soul of the Ancient One that it had been plotting for a long time. Chapter 10:11. The majestic Kunlun Mountain was located in the West Pole. It was covered in silver all year round and was surrounded by clouds and mist. At the foot of the Jade Void Peak, in the middle of the small town, there was a clear spring that never froze. It was like a blooming lianhua, blooming on the north bank of Kunlun Mountain. It was also like a silent jade falling into a clear pool and then rushing towards the surging Kunlun River. Danny was lying in the spring. The bone-chilling cold sealed his body. It was the glacial current of Kunlun Mountain that never melted for tens of thousands of years. It flowed down along the Dragon Vein and settled here, turning into the mouth of the spring. Therefore, Kunlun Spring was usually normal, but if someone used extreme yang inner force as a guide, it would trigger the germination of the Dragon Vein Chi, turning this spring into a heavenly lake of extreme cold. The ancient cold current of Kunlun froze everything and turned those who entered into it into ice sculptures. Only in this way could the potential of extreme yang inner force be forced to reach the highest state of Kunlun martial arts, the pure yang limitless. 9 out of 10 Kunlun disciples who used this method to seal themselves would become nameless ice sculptures under the Kunlun Glacier. three old men in Taoist robes with strange appearances and long white hair stood beside the Kunlun spring, staring at the outsider with a high nose and deep eye sockets in the heavenly lake of extreme cold. They were the three experts in charge of teaching martial arts in Kunlun, the three elders of Kunlun. Of the three elders of Kunlun, the shorter one with a goatee stroked his beard and sighed. Danny has been sealed in ice for 9 days. The longest that the iron fist of Kunlun has lasted was 13 days. Looks like he can't break out of it and inherit the title of Iron Fist of Kunlun under the 10,000 years old glacier. There'll be another nameless cold skeleton. Danny is not an ordinary person. His father is the descendant of Kunlun and is only a step away from inheriting the Iron Fist. He has 60 years of pure young inner force in his body that his father gave him at the risk of his life. Although he can't break out of it, it can protect his internal organs. His chances of breaking out of it are several times higher than ordinary people. Otherwise, we wouldn't have chosen him to inherit the title of Iron Fist. The long-bearded, white-haired Taoist priest of the three pure ones had a pair of long eyebrows that hung down to his chin. He was already more than 400 years old, but his face was still ruddy, like a middle-aged man who had taken good care of himself. His eyes were as clear as a baby's, and it was obvious that he possessed a top-notch Taoist inner force. Another Taoist with a full beard shook his head and sighed. Our Kunlun sect has been located in the west for generations, far away from the orthodox land of the Central Plains. Even though our core descendants are the descendants of Yen Han who came from afar, we have no choice but to compromise with the local forces and accept some outsiders as our protectors. But even so, the Kunlun Iron Fist has always been a Chinese orthodoxy. Why did you choose a Western barbarian this time? As he spoke, he frowned and shook his head. Obviously, he was extremely dissatisfied. The old man with the three pure ones smiled and said, "Junior martial brother, you don't have to be so petty. The 1,000-year devil calamity is coming, and we, Kunlun, have long predicted that this devil calamity will be the cruelest and most terrifying one in history. It will engulf the world, and even our Middle Earth will have to unite the four barbarians. Accepting a Western continent disciple will also help us communicate with the four barbarians so that we can deal with this disaster together. Sect Master has his own plans. Junior martial brother should not speak carelessly." The old man with the full beard sighed helplessly and said ruefully, "The devil calamity is so cruel." The other old man with the goatee said in a deep voice, "Sect Master has determined that this person will wake up today, so he told us to send him out of the country and back to his hometown in Western continent to prepare for the upcoming world-shocking devil calamity. He also told us to hand over the remains of the divine weapon to him." The remains of the divine weapon? The old man with the full beard slapped the table and stood up. "How could I not know about this? The divine weapon is related to the fate of Middle Earth. How can it be handed over to an outsider?" "Junior martial brother," the old man with the three pure ones said with dissatisfaction, "Danny is a member of Kunlun, not an outsider." But the old man with the full beard wanted to say something, but was stopped by the old man with the goatee. "It is not the two divine weapons of our Kunlun sect, but the one favored by the fate of the four barbarians." The old man with the full beard said in realization, "So that's how it is. Now that the four barbarians have entered Huaxia, the fate of the country has faintly become one, and the fate of the country has changed greatly. There is another path, and it is no longer hindered by fate. The only thing that is not harmonious is that group of—" The old man with the full beard thought of that group of little white hats and couldn't help but show a look of disgust, rather to the Western continent than to those heretics. That divine weapon was originally the orthodoxy of ancient Huaxia. It was scattered into the four barbarians, and as the orthodoxy of the barbarians entering Xia, it was favored by the barbarians at the border of Middle Earth. In the past, the barbarians who invaded Middle Earth all relied on this weapon. It was regarded as the orthodoxy of the four barbarians entering Middle-earth. It was the holy king of ancient times who watched the rise and fall of Middle-earth and had no choice but to do so. Back then, in the hands of that Temujin, it was even more. The old man was heartbroken and said with disgust, "There is no harm in giving up such an inauspicious weapon." The old man with the three pure ones sighed and said, "Throughout the ages, this weapon is both good and evil. When one enters the demonic path, the good will not prevail over the evil. The divine weapon is made by the demonic blade, and it sets off the demonic calamity. As a result, the recasting of this divine weapon is called the small demonic calamity that occurs once every 300 years. It is the Sirius star transformation, the sign of the rebellion in China. Now that the headmaster has abandoned it in the Western continent, presumably, the old land of the Western continent will be in turmoil." The old man with the full beard couldn't help but laugh proudly. Just as the three elders of Kunlun were observing the great changes in the world, someone behind them said impatiently, "Gentlemen, the agreed time is coming soon. When are you coming out? The scenic spot has been closed for 9 days, and the tourists have a lot of opinions. Our scenic spot management office is also under a lot of pressure." A middle-aged man in security uniform, holding a thermos cup, urged. The three elders of Kunlun helplessly turned around and said, "Government, can you give us a little more time? This concerns the rise and fall of Middle-earth, and the opportunity for the divine weapon to be born." "What fate? We don't care about this." The big cap man covered the thermos cup, held it in his hand, and said, "This Kunlun spring is the property of the people of the country, and it has been lent to you for 9 days. Where are the divine weapons and devil blades? According to the heritage law of the People's Republic of China, it belongs to the material cultural heritage of Kunlun, and you are the owners. As long as it is legal, you can do whatever you want with it. But the country's Kunlun spring cannot be abused by you. Moreover, the 10 divine weapons and 10 devil blades have been classified as first-class cultural relics and are prohibited from leaving the country. Do you know that? Of course, considering the objective requirements of the apocalypse and the rule that the divine weapons and devil blades cannot be recast as blood sacrifices in the country has granted you special permission to send these precious cultural relics out of the country. But they must not fall into your hands. You must remember this." The three elders of Kunlun nodded like they were pounding garlic and said in unison, "Kunlun will never let the divine weapons and devil blades fall into the hands of outsiders." The big cap man took a sip of his wolfberry tea and continued, "Also, the matter of the Kunlun spring. Hurry up. The tourists have come from afar. Once they see that the core of the scenic area is closed for maintenance, they will have a lot of opinions. Now is not the past. We can't fool them with their opinions and requests. Now, the Kunlun Cold Spring, ancient dragon vein, has become an important tourist attraction, and the Frozen Spring Experience project is very popular. Look at the human thawing center we have just built. Molecular thawing, and the investment is huge. Also, the glacial bones you sent over have been successfully thawed after expert consultation. Those old antiques are causing a lot of trouble. When are you going to take them back?" The three elders of Kunlun said helplessly, "Those seniors are all older than us, even my grandmaster. We are also helpless. Recently, the sect leader is preparing for the Kunlun Grand Tournament of the Strongest in history, hoping to make those seniors a little more obedient." "Then hurry up." The big cap man was also very worried. "We also hope to be more respectful to those ancient people. But they quarrel every day, saying that they're hawks and dogs of the imperial court, and that they want to compete in swordsmanship when they have great martial arts, which is not conducive to harmony. All of them disdain to be associated with the imperial court, and our government is also very troubled. It is too difficult to change the minds of those old antiques. If you still don't take them back, we will have to use weapon-grade cognitive interference equipment. At that time, they will all complain about broken Taoist heart and brainwashing by demonic arts. I want to see how you will deal with them." After saying that, the big cat man gave them a deadline, left the 3 elders of Kunlun who had a worried expression, and left leisurely. The 3 elders of Kunlun also did not have the mood to talk about the world, and all of them squatted beside the heavenly cold spring, hoping that the people inside would come out as soon as possible, sighing and reminiscing the past when the government was not so tyrannical. They reminisced the days when the divine Spear Bureau was still around and the smooth channels of communication with the country. At that time, they could still see the King of Hell. Unlike now, the little devils were all very difficult to deal with. What a bureaucratic style! The 3 elders of Kunlun sighed. Just as the last ray of sunlight shone on the cold spring, the person sealed in the cold spring finally moved. A powerful extreme yang inner force wrapped around Danny's body, and the inner force rushed out of his meridians. Under the restraint of the extremely cold dragon vein, it turned into a surging tide in Danny's body. The strong pressure of the cold dragon vein finally forced the inner force and the pure yang inner force entrenched in his internal organs into a desperate situation. A bit of the extremely cold dragon marrow turned into extreme yang, and yin and yang mixed into one, and pure yang was born. Finally, the inner force turned into true qi, and it flowed through Danny's limbs and bones. The true qi flowed through his skin, flesh, tendons, and bones, and shattered the cold ice. The cold spring of Kunlun splashed and turned into black ice, shooting in all directions. The 3 elders of Kunlun were caught off guard, and the black ice that was as sharp as a well-tempered alloy pierced towards them like all daggers. They could only wave their sleeves, and pure true qi formed a wall, blocking these flying hidden weapons. However, some of the black ice that escaped the net still shattered the stone pavilion that covered the Kunlun spring into pieces. The big cat man was leisurely drinking tea in the distance. Looking at this scene, a black ice all happened to shoot towards him. The big cat man's eyes narrowed, and in the vacuum flask in his hand, countless space bubbles stacked on top of each other. The energy quantum quietly stimulated the water vapor floating above the vacuum flask, and a high-energy laser shot out, landing on the ice all. In an instant, it evaporated into water vapor. Chapter 10:12. Danny opened his eyes and said, "Disciple did not disappoint the 3 elders. I have already cultivated the supreme heart technique of Kunlun." The 3 elders of Kunlun only thought in their hearts, "What supreme heart technique? It is purely a lie. What is passed on to outsiders? How can there be anything good? It is just an inner strength technique of a protector." Among the 3 elders of Kunlun, the bearded elder suddenly made a move. His hands were like the beak of a crane. With just a shake, he broke through Danny's protective chi and fiercely pecked his forehead a few times. Danny's hands were like cattail leaf fans. He laid out layers of seals in front of him. Even if it was a sudden rain of bullets, he had the confidence to withstand it. But he just could not avoid the elder's pecks. His head was full of bumps. The elder said angrily, "Brat, what are you showing off? If you break other people's things, our Kunlun will have to pay, do you know? Can you afford to pay for the things of the government?" I was wrong. Third elder, show mercy. It hurts." Only then did the bearded elder let go of the crane hand between his index and middle finger. A few clumps of hair slowly fell, with traces of blood at the roots. After a period of noise, Danny and the 3 elders of Kunlun all sat in a quiet room. The great elder said slowly, "Danny, you have already passed the final test and become the 67th Kunlun Iron Fist Protector. Now, Kunlun has nothing to teach you anymore." He handed a plane ticket to Danny, said, "I know you have nothing, so I bought you a plane ticket to New York City. Your hometown is in danger. You will carry the remains of the divine weapon and carry out the chivalrous path of Kunlun." Remains of the divine weapon? Danny took the item, but only saw an object that had been melted into an iron rod. He took the item, and his hand sank. The vital energy in his body suddenly started to circulate involuntarily, and combined with the mysterious aura of the remains of the divine weapon in his hand. The vital energy formed. The red, pure, young vital energy turned black and formed the image of a ferocious giant wolf behind him. Seeing this, the 3 elders of Kunlun showed complicated expressions. The bearded elder said sadly, "Looking northwest, shooting the heavenly wolf." Danny asked in confusion, "Elder, what is a divine weapon, and why is it a wreckage?" The 3 elders of Kunlun sighed and said, "Since ancient times, humans have faced endless evil challenges. In the West, there are strong people who are known as heroes protecting this world. Then, in the ancient times, what protected this world?" Danny said, "Is it Kunlun?" The goateed second brother continued, "Kunlun is just one of them. Humans were created by an unimaginably evil being. He enlightened the ancestors of the human race on the African continent of today. Although humans were created by him, they were not willing to be enslaved by him. Therefore, throughout the ages, there have been wise and courageous people who resisted his will. Among them, there were 2 great sages. One of them was in the Central Plains, and the other was in India. They were born at about the same time. They were publicly acknowledged to be supreme sages who could compete with that evil existence in terms of wisdom. One of them was called Daozu, and the other was called Buddha, and that evil existences has always remained in this world. The 2 wise men created the path to fight against evil, Taoism and Buddhism, and because of this, that evil existence was called a demon. We, Kunlun, are the inheritors of Taoism. During the time when the 2 wise men were born, it was known as the spring and autumn period. Evil appeared in the world, and the primeval heavenly demon descended. He bewitched the most outstanding thinkers and schools of thought in the Central Plains at that time, the 100 schools of thought. He used the excuse of teaching them the method to fight against demons to forge and recast 10 powerful weapons known as demon blades. The devil's calamity descended. The 100 schools of thought, controlled by the demon blades, stirred up wars in various countries in that era. At that time, the Tao left behind by the wise man, known as Daozu, was comprehended by people. In order to fight against the demon blades, the wise men among the 100 schools of thought found the weapons of the ancient holy kings. The powerful schools of thought in the 100 schools of thought also forged a few weapons to fight against the demon blades. Unlike the demon blades, which were used to kill and destroy, these weapons were created to protect humans and civilization, and to protect the Central Plains. They were called divine weapons. Divine weapons can destroy demon blades, and demon blades can also break divine weapons. They were originally created to destroy each other. However, the demonic nature of the primordial heavenly demon in the demon blades and the Tao nature of Daozu in the divine weapons are eternal and indestructible. Therefore, the destiny of divine weapons and demon blades is to be destroyed by destruction and to be reborn by reforging. When a divine weapon is born, it is mostly a wreckage. It needs to go through a ritual known as reforging before it can shine with infinite power in the hands of a weapon master. It is the same for demon blades. However, the reforging ritual for demon blades is called a blood sacrifice. Danny asked doubtfully, "Then are there no divine weapons that can't be destroyed?" "There are," the 3 elders of Kunlun said, "but divine weapons and demon blades all have their own weapon masters. Other than the weapon master, no one can use them. Once they leave the weapon master, the divine weapons and demon blades will fall into silence. After thousands of years, they will be no different from stubborn iron. Similarly, they have to go through a ritual before they can recognize a new master and shine again. The ritual for a divine weapon to recognize a master is called relight, while the ritual for a demon blade to recognize a master is called ritual sacrifice. Therefore, all along, during the great calamity of the Central Plains, there have always been masters of divine weapons and demon blades who were born to protect the Central Plains and the world. These are the heroes of the Central Plains. Danny, caressed the divine weapon that was like an iron rod in his hand. He was deeply shocked. He raised his head and said, "Masters of divine weapons and demon blades protect the world? Isn't this the conspiracy of the masters of divine weapons to fight against the masters of demon blades to destroy the world?" The three elders of Kunlun smiled bitterly. No one knows what the primordial demon is thinking. Although the masters of demon blades caused the great calamity of the warring states, they are all heroes of the Central Plains. Their mission is to protect the Central Plains. It is just that the power of the demon blades is used to realize their ambitions. Although they are scum who caused the demonic calamity in the past generations, most of the masters of divine weapons will unite with the masters of divine weapons in the face of foreign invaders. Therefore, the heroes of the Central Plains and the masters of divine weapons do not reject the demon blades. Then, what is the name of the divine weapon in my hand? Danny caressed the wreckage of the divine weapon excitedly. He felt the mysterious breath of the divine weapon in his hand. The three elders of Kunlun said leisurely, "The divine weapon in your hand is a divine weapon of the Central Plains that is neither good nor evil. The disasters it causes are sometimes even more terrible than the demon blades. It is the orthodox weapon of the Central Plains, the weapon of the four barbarians. It has many names. Every time it is reforged with blood, it will have a new form and name. According to the tradition of divine weapons and demon blades, the name of the strongest master of weapons is the common name. This is the divine weapon of Temujin, the one that conquered the world, Celestial Wolf Blade. The Celestial Wolf Blade represents the decline of the Han Dynasty and the disaster of war. It is the orthodox symbol of the Yuan and the Qing, the Xiongnu and the Xianbei, the Turks and the Jurchens' Celestial Wolf Blade. During the Republic of China, after the Celestial Wolf Blade was reforged by the Qing Dynasty, the last master of weapons, Cixi, tried to use it to defend against foreign enemies. However, she was killed by the Celestial Wolf Blade. After Xixi's death, the Celestial Wolf Blade was destroyed by the master of demon blades, Yuan Shikai, who feared its power. Later, Yuan Shikai was killed by the master of divine weapons, Sun Wen. Sun Wen gave the remains to us of Kunlun for safekeeping. The new Iron Fist Danny was moved. Why did Kunlun give me this divine weapon? The eyes of the three old men were deep. They looked at the land of Middle-earth in the east and sighed helplessly. Because Middle-earth no longer needs the protection of divine weapons and demon blades. Danny's countenance was filled with shock. The three old men sighed. That's right, all the divine weapons and devil blades will be rebuilt outside the borders. The owner of the divine weapons will bring the divine weapons and devil blades to the outside world to protect this world. Danny said in disbelief, "Why is it like this? Could it be?" The eldest of the three old men, the three pure beards, stood up and said, "Of the 10 divine weapons, we of Kunlun have kept 2 for generations. Every time there is a calamity, we will go down the mountain to find the master of weapons." That's right. The reason why Sun Wen gave us the Celestial Wolf Blade was because he was the master of weapons chosen by Kunlun. The Zen ancestral court also kept 2 divine weapons because they brought the teachings of Buddha from India and integrated them into the way of divine weapons. The imperial court also has 2 divine weapons that represent the orthodoxy of the foreign races. The other 3 divine weapons are the teachings of Confucianism, military, and Dharma among the 100 schools of thought. Do you know what the 2 orthodoxy divine weapons of the imperial court are? The 3 old men's hair and beard stood on end. Danny naturally didn't know. The bearded old man said painfully, "It's the 3 sovereign sword and the 5 emperor's blade, the divine weapons of the ancient Holy King. They are the strongest divine weapons reforged by Kong Chiu and Guegu. The master of the Path of Kings is the 3 sovereign sword master. The master of the Path of Hegemony is the 5 emperors' blade king. According to the naming rules of divine weapons, They are also called Xianyuan Xiaoyu sword and Overlord's crossblade. Back then, we didn't know the right person. The master of the divine weapons was bewitched by the Western continent. He wanted to replace the orthodoxy with the divine weapons of the three citizens. He wanted to abolish the emperor and revive the republic. He wanted to abolish the orthodoxy divine weapons so that they couldn't choose another master of weapons. Because the two orthodoxy divine weapons will only recognize the founder of the country and the king of hegemony. The bearded old man said slowly. Later, the heavens sent a Sheng Taizu to reforge the divine weapons and devil blades in his hands into the scythe of the common land and the hammer of the people's democracy. With the scythe and hammer as the orthodoxy, Huaxia regained its glory. In the end, they abandoned the power of the divine weapons and only took his spirit when he reforged the divine weapons. From then on, the Middle-earth government no longer relied on the power of the divine weapons. Since a few years ago, after the change in Huaxia, the government reformed and embarked on a path that Middle-earth had never seen before. The divine weapons and devil blades that protected the divine land in the past are no longer needed by this country. 2 years ago, when we proposed to reforge the divine weapons in the Divine Spear Bureau to deal with the Great Calamity, the government issued a clear order. After the founding of the country, the divine weapons are not allowed to be reforged within the country, because the reforging of the divine weapons and devil blades requires the unity of heaven, earth, and man. They must work together and work together. The current government will no longer allow this kind of thing that shakes the social order to happen. The 3 old men of Kunlun returned the remains of the heavenly wolf blade to Danny and said, "Therefore, the major guardians have decided to send the divine weapons and devil blades outside the country to protect other humans. Starting from you, the other weapon masters we have chosen will go abroad to reforge the divine weapons and deal with the great calamity. Similarly, the devil blades will also be sent abroad through various channels to choose their owners." After Danny was sent down from Kunlun, he held the plane ticket in his hand and waited for the low Earth orbit space shuttle in the newly built airport of Kunlun. He was still in a daze. Carrying the remains of the heavenly wolf blade, he felt dizzy. How did I, a she, become the owner of the divine weapons chosen by Kunlun? At this moment, a young man beside him looked curiously at the plane ticket in his hand and said with a smile, "After the fall of New York, although the American government built a second New York City on the periphery, it was too close to Skynet. Not many people in our country dared to go there. Are you a citizen of the new New York City? Is it still safe there? You know, I'm a little worried about the safety." He stretched out his hand and said with a smile, "I'm Chinong, an insurance investigator sent by the government. I'm responsible for the investigation of the foreign contracts left behind by the domestic insurance companies. After the change, the domestic private ownership was destroyed and the market disappeared. However, the remaining international business and international commercial contracts were left behind for the country to deal with. I'm currently heading to New York to handle the claims of the domestic insurance companies." Danny grasped Chin-Ang's hand in realization and explained, "I'm going back to take over my father's company." Danny smiled bitterly and said, "I came to China before the cataclysm happened in New York. This is my first time going back. I heard that the company has moved there, but I'm not familiar with the place at all. Is that so?" Chinong smiled and said, "You're really lucky." Danny said with realization, "I'd rather not be so lucky. If I could choose again, I'd go through that pain with the people of New York." In the loud whistling sound, the huge low Earth orbit space shuttle slowly approached the ground. In the belly of the ship, a few strange and sci-fi orbiting space shuttles left the spaceship and began to land. Looking at this scene that could only be seen in sci-fi movies, Danny felt very unfamiliar and bitter. Although he had been in this country for more than 10 years, he realized that he still knew nothing about this place. Chapter 1013. When he arrived at the second New York City, the aircraft slowly landed. Danny could feel the complicated gazes of the Americans around him as they stared at the strange aircraft. When he left the airport, he met the young man with an Asian face, Chenong. He greeted him in a friendly manner. "Have a safe journey, Mr. Danny." After that, Danny watched him walk out of the airport. Two men in suits greeted him, and a man who looked like a lawyer went up to shake his hand. Danny didn't think much of it. In America, lawyers were just like the police. But when Chen Ong got into the car to pick him up, Danny's eyes suddenly became serious. Chun Ong seemed to notice that Danny had been staring at him. Before the car drove away, he nodded slightly to Danny. Danny's relaxed mood suddenly became gloomy. He saw a familiar logo. It was the logo of Harold Milcham Industries, which Danny's father founded with his partners. Danny's father, Wendell, had once found the location of Kunlun when he was young and trained as a protector in Kunlun for a period of time. Later, Wendell left Kunlun and returned to America to become a young and promising entrepreneur. Together with his good friend, Harold Milcham, he founded a company that wasn't called Harold Milcham Industries at the time. Unfortunately, when he went hiking with Harold Milcham, he was killed by Harold, who had a crush on his wife. In the end, only Danny was saved by the archers from Kunlun. Although Danny had been living in Kunlun all these years, he had investigated the whereabouts of his enemy, Harold Milcham. He knew that after this successful businessman returned to New York, he restructured the business partnership with his father and changed its name to Harold Milcham Industries Group. It became bigger and stronger, and during the cataclysm in New York, it took the opportunity to expand, and had already developed into a rather influential international financial group. But he didn't expect that fate would let him meet the tentacles of this group so soon. Danny thought about the mysterious man he met on the space plane. Was it pure coincidence or was it a faked encounter? He decided to look for Kunlun's hidden forces in America and get their help. Then he would find a trustworthy law firm to handle his identity documents and inheritance. After that, he would go directly to Harold Milcham Industries to inherit his father's shares. According to his investigation, although Harold Milcham Industries had financed many times, he didn't know if it was because Harold felt guilty or if he had other intentions. He still retained some of his old friend's shares and gave them to the trust. Although it was diluted to a certain extent, Danny would still be a major shareholder of the group after inheriting the inheritance. Kunlun contacted a law firm in Chinatown for him. After proving his identity, Danny paid a large sum of inheritance tax and got back his father's shares. At that moment, he realized that Harold should already be aware of his arrival. The remains of the serious blade on his back seemed to have undergone some strange changes after arriving in New York. Danny could feel that something was quietly reviving on the remains. During his daily training, he could also feel the aura of the serious blade slowly fusing with him. It seemed that after obtaining something from him, this godly weapon was changing something. Danny didn't have the time to study this change. He went to Harold Milcham Industries. "Mr. Danny, do you want to make an appointment with our CEO?" The receptionist politely refused. "But the CEO hasn't made an appointment in the past few months." At that moment, Danny saw the lawyer who went to the airport to pick up Chenong walk down the stairs and said to the receptionist, "Let him in. This is our new shareholder. I'll handle this matter." The lawyer walked over and shook hands with Danny. "Are you Mr. Danny Thomas Rand Kai?" Danny could only nod. "I think it should be me if my Social Security account hasn't been canceled because of my disappearance." The lawyer smiled. "I just received a notification from the trust fund the day before yesterday. Congratulations on coming back from the dead, Mr. Danny." The lawyer didn't say much and went straight to the point. "I have a copy of your will here, Mr. Danny. I hope you can cooperate with me." Danny sneered. "My father didn't make a will. He didn't think he would die." The lawyer seemed a little embarrassed. He pushed up his glasses and said, "It's not your father's will, Mr. Danny." "Oh." This time, Danny was a little surprised. "Is it my mother or my grandfather?" The lawyer looked at Danny with a strange expression. He stammered, Mr. Danny, you just received the company's shares. You might not have participated in the board meeting. Harold Milcham Industries is not a listed company, which means it doesn't have to be responsible for the public. As a shareholder, you have the right to know about this matter. However, we hope you won't reveal it because it will have a negative impact on the company. Actually, it's Mr. Harold Milcham's will. This time, it was Danny's turn to be in disbelief. His heart felt like it was overturned. Many emotions kept rolling in his mind. For a moment, he was a little dazed. The death of the ascetic cultivator in Kunlun had suddenly caused his hatred to lose its support. His heart was empty, and he didn't know if he was happy or sad. There was even some disbelief. He felt that it might be a plot that Harold had made after knowing that he had returned for revenge. The lawyer led him to the office and handed him a copy of Harold's will. In the will, Danny's father's real estate, his mother's jewelry, and even his family's old mansion were all given to him. There was even a part of the shares of Harold Milcham Industries. Danny was a little stunned as he held the documents. He raised his head and said to the lawyer, "Can I know anything about Harold's death?" The lawyer hesitated and said, "This has been discussed at the board meeting. The relevant information has been reported long ago. If you want it now, there's someone who can help you." So, he led Danny to a small and secluded office. When Danny entered, he saw the mysterious young man he met on the plane again. The lawyer introduced Harold Milcham's huge insurance was invested in a joint venture insurance company. What's rare is that it's a Sino-American joint venture insurance company. Due to the changes in China, everything in China is handled by the Chinese government. This is an insurance investigator from China. He's in charge of investigating Harold's huge insurance. He then turned to Chenong and introduced, "This is the inheritor of a part of Mr. Harold's shares and the company's major shareholder. He wants to know something about Harold's death." At this time, Chenong was dealing with the relevant surveillance footage. When he saw Danny, he immediately recognized him. "Mr. Danny and I seem to have taken the same flight. Mr. Danny, you're young and promising. President Harold was insured by our company, and he chose a personal accident insurance policy. A month ago, Mr. Harold was found dead in his office. The police determined that it was a homicide. The suspect broke Mr. Harold's neck, but the police couldn't find any suspects. The investigation has reached a stalemate. That's why HQ sent me here to assist in the investigation. According to the relevant circumstances, the suspect is a highly skilled assassin who has received relevant training. The security of Harold Milcham Industries is handled by a self-established security company. I've investigated the security measures of the company. It can be said that it's airtight and impenetrable. With so many elite security personnel and high-tech equipment, it's almost impossible to kill President Harold quietly." Danny doubted. In other words, it's more likely that Harold directed and acted on his own. The lawyer coughed uneasily at the side, but Danny ignored him. Instead, he listened to Chenong say, "It's not impossible, but there's another explanation. There are some people who possess extraordinary abilities. They might be able to do what we think is impossible." Danny's expression was a little ugly. He didn't even know if the man in front of him was hinting at him, but he felt that Chenong seemed to know something. Chenong continued, "So I pulled up the satellite records of Stark Industries and found a suspect. He appeared near Harold Milcham Industries during the time of Mr. Harold's death, and he's also the person who might have killed President Harold." As he spoke, a person's picture was projected on the wall. It was a person wearing a superhero uniform that looked like a night suit, but the mask had no eyes. Chenong introduced, "Super Daredevil, a vigilante who appeared near Hell's Kitchen in old New York City. He was a former superhero. After the cataclysm, he once served justice in New York City under Skynet's control. But 3 years ago, he disappeared during a purge of New York City's criminal organizations involving Skynet. A month ago, he suddenly appeared near Harold Milcham Industries and was discovered by a satellite of Stark Industries. Chin Ong said indifferently. Although there's no direct evidence, Super Daredevil is indeed the biggest suspect in the death of President Harold. But the strange thing is, President Harold seemed to know that he would be killed a long time ago. So we can't rule out the possibility that he directed and acted on his own. But I've personally confirmed his death. Danny's expression became strange. He said hesitantly, "Can I go see him in person?" The lawyer said awkwardly, "Mr. Danny, President Harold's body has been handed over to his relatives. We have no right to." Danny didn't say anything more to him. He just turned and left. Chapter 10:14. As a qualified investigator, Chin Ong had calmly dealt with the East Ocean continent's property valuation investigation. He had also chatted and laughed with the evil spirit Kayako. He had once gone to the Stanley Hotel by himself, and while surrounded by evil spirits, he had investigated the author Jack Torrance's personal accident insurance. He had personally handed the huge insurance premium to the beneficiary after Fu Jiang died, and after the beneficiary died, he had taken the insurance premium back from Fu Jiang. He was the backbone of the Japanese insurance investigators and was in charge of large-scale compensation for the balloon accident insurance. After transferring to the North America region, his performance was still outstanding. He investigated the fire accident insurance in Silent Hill Town, the fire accident in Elm Town, and the subsequent large-scale accidental deaths. He had a heart of stone, and sent Hannibal, the beneficiary of an accident insurance policy, to a psychiatric hospital on the grounds that he was mentally ill, avoiding the huge compensation from the company. He also sent the terminally ill lonely old man, nicknamed Hardsaw, the mentally handicapped teenager Jason, the beloved clown of Derry, the brave and righteous teenager Hewitt from Texas, the 6-year-old boy Michael from Haydenfield, and the promising teenager Bateman to the hospital. He was a ruthless person for the company's benefit. On Indian Island, 10 little soldiers went out to eat. 1 choked to death, and there were 9 left. 9 little soldiers stayed up late. 1 overslept, and there were 8 left. In the eerie nursery rhyme, Chun Ong had once calmly watched the murderer kill the insured, and then hand over the insurance premium to the dying beneficiary. As an investigator, Chenang's motto was, "Investigating the truth is an investigator's duty, but calmly watching from the sidelines is a necessary quality. Apart from necessary work, there is no need to intervene in any disputes. Apart from the company's benefit, there should be no conflict of interest with any other parties." Harold Milcham Industries headquarters. A man in black tights and a mask nimbly flipped over the wall and landed on the ground. He knew that Harold's office was on the 23rd floor of a building not far away, but there were surveillance cameras, heat sensors, and gravity sensors everywhere. There were also 6 groups of elite security guards patrolling the place continuously. Harold Milcham Industries was located in a relatively closed industrial zone. Unlike Stark Industries, which had a headquarters in a bustling area, it existed in the form of an industrial park in the suburbs. The place was heavily monitored and the security was tight. He observed for a long time, but he couldn't find a way to sneak in. The mysterious man, no, it was Danny who had snuck into Harold's office in a black suit. Without authorization, almost no one can successfully sneak into Harold's office. Unless he has the blueprints for the headquarters of Harold Milcham Industries. However, this blueprint was not backed up by the government. The blueprint was hidden in the company's archives. You don't need a blueprint to remotely sense the security arrangement of Harold Milcham Industries. It's either a government department, such as SHIELD, Hydra, they're omnipotent, or Stark Industries or Skynet. Danny decided to put himself in the perspective of an intruder and do it himself. He spread the true energy cloud all over his body. His spirit spread out along with the true energy, raising it to an inexplicable level of sensitivity. It was as if there was a spider web following his spirit to spread out in all directions, conducting the tiniest of movements. Danny's whole body shot out like the most agile panther. As if he had the help of God, he bypassed all the surveillance cameras in the open and in the dark. Like a black line, he crept toward the headquarters. In his perception, the patrolling security guards were as obvious as a large light bulb, allowing him to easily avoid the patrols. Using the bone-shrinking skill, he squeezed into the air vent that was so narrow that even a child could not pass through. His body was so soft that it was as if he had no bones. He avoided the surveillance cameras in all kinds of impossible ways. Finally, after going through all kinds of hardships, he arrived at the door of Harold's office. Danny put his hand on the doorknob. He exerted his strength to vibrate the internal conductive structure of the door lock and silently opened the door. In the darkness, he saw a dark shadow sitting behind Harold's desk in silence. Shocked, Danny flicked out his hidden weapons. Silver light shot out, but the figure sitting in the chair suddenly turned on the light. Chun-Ong kicked the swivel chair and used the back of the chair to catch all the hidden weapons that Danny shot at him. He quietly listened to Danny's cry of surprise, "It's you!" Chun-Ong sat back in the chair and said in a low voice, "Mr. Thomas, calm down." Hearing that he had been recognized, Danny had no choice but to take off his mask and said, "Is it so easy to see through my disguise?" Today, when the skull comparison technology is so mature, such a simple disguise seems to be meaningless. Chun-Ong smiled and said, "Of course, I am the legendary person who can compare the skull with the naked eye. As an insurance investigator, appearing here late at night seems to have violated the law of the United States." Danny said doubtfully, "Then why did you sneak here, Mr. Thomas?" Chun-Ong asked, "Moreover, I have the authorization from the board of directors. They have authorized me to complete the investigation in my own way. As long as there are no laws against it, it is not illegal." Chun-Ong smiled. Danny's tone was gloomy. "Just how much insurance premiums did Harold Milcham pay for you to put in so much effort?" Chun-Ong sighed and said, "It's a VAM agreement. The entire insurance agreement is very complicated. Just the documents alone can fill up the entire room. All you need to know is that if Harold was murdered, the bank and the insurance company could easily collude and take over the company. Unless the truth of his accidental death is found and the inheritance clause is revealed." Chun-Ong suddenly went straight to the point. "Since you were able to successfully sneak in, it means that you have already grasped the killer's crime modus operandi. I was looking at the problem from the killer's point of view. I have solved the mystery, but there is still one piece of the puzzle missing." Danny asked, "Which piece?" Chun-Ong said, "The killer's motive. You should have realized that the killer's ability is extraordinary. Either he has the blueprints of Harold Milcham Industries headquarters, or he has some special means to sense the security arrangements here." "Special means?" Danny's expression changed. "You mean I have that kind of means?" "That's right." Chun-Ong said, "Technology or some special ability." A machine eye glowing with blue light appeared on Chun-Ang's palm. Countless tiny blue rays swept across and quickly projected a 3D model of Harold Milcham Industries headquarters on Chun-Ang's palm. Technological methods can use remote sensing, microradiation X-ray, and multi-phase radar scanning. There are not many technologies that can do this, but the political or economic entities that possess these technologies wouldn't care about a mere Harold Milcham Industrial Group. Moreover, they could have done better. It would have been a piece of cake for them to kill Harold naturally. Moreover, the entire case is filled with reckless individualism. I also obtained more evidence. Chun-Ong raised his hand and tapped on the 3D projection. A red mark marked the route that Danny had taken when he sneaked in. The traces collected in other places are mostly heavily contaminated, but there is one place that is well preserved, and that is the ventilation duct. Under normal circumstances, no living thing can sneak into the ventilation duct. But I have collected some pheromones and organic substances that are unique to the human body. In other words, not long ago, someone sneaked in through the ventilation duct just like you did. Impossible. Danny refused to believe it. Chun-Ong laughed. "Do you think that your method of sneaking in is irreplaceable? Is it the way you avoided surveillance and detectors? Or the way you passed through the narrow ventilation duct? Other than your superb bone-shrinking skills, there are many other ways for people to pass through the ventilation duct. For example, the Ant-Man. In fact, he is very suspicious, but unfortunately, the Ant-Man will not leave traces like pheromones. It must have been a burly man in tight clothes like you, who was panting and rubbing his body against the ventilation duct whole bit by bit in order to get in. Chen Ong mentioned another method that Danny thought was impossible. As for avoiding surveillance, it is not difficult. In addition to rich experience as a special agent, you can also rely on your keen spirit and senses. Mr. Thomas should understand that after training, some people can keenly sense other people's gazes. In fact, this ability is very close to the superhuman perception that Mr. Thomas has demonstrated. But you forget that this ability can appear in another kind of person besides special training in martial arts. Danny's eyes narrowed. What kind of person? A blind person, especially a blind person who has received special training. Moreover, a blind person who has received training from an Eastern ninja master. In fact, entering places that ordinary people cannot enter is one of the most important training for ninjas. I can easily recognize this unique way of doing things. Therefore, I have been closing my eyes and sneaking in here. I want to reenact the case. Now I have finally confirmed it. The murderer is blind and has received special training. It's very likely that it's a ninja's infiltration training, and his physical fitness is very amazing. There aren't many people who fit these characteristics, and he coincidentally overlaps with the suspect we already have. Danny said in a cold voice, Super Daredevil. Chun Ong stood in front of Harold's desk, and the scene that happened that night slowly replayed in his mind. Super Daredevil stood in front of this desk, facing a calm Harold. Harold calmly conversed with him for a few words, and then Super Daredevil took something from Harold's body. Then he lost control and killed Harold.